Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, Wes.
And all the shy people in the room. It's definitely an exciting day. I'll even call it an historic day in Shasta County for so many reasons. We're going to welcome the new board members to this platform, and we're grateful for those who have been newly elected by a majority of Shasta County residents, and we will celebrate that, and we'll confirm that as the public today. We will also say goodbye to those two outgoing lame ducks, myself and Supervisor Clementi, and so we'll enjoy that as well. I tell you, I don't care where you send us in retirement, just if you bought us, a Hawaiian vacation or something, Joe? We're okay with anything will work, right? Just something not vacationing right here, right? There we go. So with that, I'll just make it official this morning to welcome you to the regular meeting of the Shasta County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 13. We're starting a little bit late, a little bit past 9 a.m., and my apologies, Judge Burgess, but we're going to get you out of here for your trial, because I know you have one immediately after you conduct the swearing in. Sir, we appreciate your being here. So having said that, if you'd like to speak today on any of the agendized items, they're right. Can you point out, Vanna? Could you point out the? There we go. There's none there, so they've already been taken. We'll get some more of the yellow cards back there. If we don't have enough of the yellow speaker request forms, we'll simply take you in the order after those request forms are filled out. You have an opportunity to speak on any item, and we will stop on those items and address. Here's what we're going to do this morning. We're going to do the pledge. We're going to do the flag salute and the prayer. And then on the swearing-in process, we're going to have the swearing-in, and we're going to then extend some congratulations from this board, have an opportunity for each of the men to address the community. And we'll take some pictures, and then after you have to take off, we'll go ahead and conduct the public portion of that, which is for anybody to be able to address those who have just been sworn in. So we'll try to keep it in a simple fashion. At this time, I would like you to join me as we welcome, and Pastor. Oh, you're already over there. So, folks, this is Pastor Niles, Darren Niles. He is one of 5 pastors at Anderson Community, the church that I pastor at. This man, I have invited him not only because of his friendship, but because of his love for the Lord. And he's a big guy. He ought to scare you, but I hope that you know that he's a big teddy bear who loves the Lord first, and he would do anything for you. Just don't hop on his bike before he gets there. that probably doesn't work. So he's going to help Commander Gibson and Vietnam War veteran. We have Harry Loader. If you'll make your way over here, Mr. Loader. The reason I've asked these 2 veterans is because of all of the areas of my service, the veterans have been the highest priority in my time here. I love our veteran community, and it's with honor and dignity that they will serve. So, Pastor, we're going to join you and stand, and then you can welcome our 2 young men to the podium to lead the pledge after you're done with the prayer. And so you're going to need to, Pastor Niles, just right up into the podium. There you go. We'll hear you. Just point your voice toward that microphone, please.
Point my voice towards the microphone. Oh, Lord. This is such an honor, and you might have an understanding why. I became a citizen at the end of August of the United States. And it's been a long process, but it's a process that I believe in. It's a Democratic-ran republic. It's not a democracy. It's a republic ran by Democratic vote. That's something we need to remember, because as leaders, you serve the people. You don't lead
Amen.
Over them. You don't lord over them. You lead them. I just pray that first and foremost, you put their needs first. When I moved here 20 years ago, I moved here because I didn't like the big city. I didn't like the hustle and bustle. I wanted to raise my son in a place where he could be raised in an environment where I'm 15 minutes away from beauty, of the mountains and the lakes, in an environment where it was a community where you knew your neighbors, not one where everybody fought with each other or had agendas, but that actually loved each other and cared for each other. And that's what we have here. And we don't want it to become the big city.
Amen.
We don't want that. If we did, we could move to Sacramento. but they're all running up here.
They can keep Sacramento.
They're all running up here. So let's bow our heads if you want. If not, that's fine too, however you want to do it. Heavenly Father, I thank you right now that we can still come together freely, Lord God, in this one nation under God, to serve your purpose, Lord God, above our own, to seek your will, Lord God, because we know that it's good and perfect in all things. Mm-hmm. It's not just partially perfect, it's wholly perfect, from beginning to end. We know this because this country was founded by Christians that were seeking for freedom of religion. They were in persecution for praising God the way they loved. And they came here and settled this country, based it on the Ten Commandments, sought to be a free place. And it has been. And it's grown. But that initial ideology of the American experiment, to be free under God, because where there is President Jesus, there is freedom indeed. Freedom indeed in all that we do. I thank you, Father, for this day, Lord God, for this honor, Lord God. Not just a privilege, not just a right, but an honor, Lord God, to speak your name freely in a city, in a county, in a state, in a country that is yours. Yours, Father. It says in the Bible, if my people who are called by my name,
Amen,
who are called by my name, will humble themselves and repent and come back to me, I will heal their land. Father God, we need a healing right now more than anything. We need you in our life more than anything. We thank you for your Son, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, which reigns us and directs us. And we thank you for leaders to have godly people around them, to point them in directions, Lord God, to counsel them, Lord God, to seek the better for the community. In Jesus' name, I pray for the ones that are outgoing, the ones that are incoming, and for the change of the seasons in this state, in this county. I thank you for this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Welcome, Commander Gibson. Welcome,
Yes, the other veteran.
Perry. Just right up there together.
Commander?
Folks, oh man, these are both friends, and I'm proud to know them. I'm not ashamed to say I love
Well,
these men.
I would like to thank Les for all he's done for the veterans. I'd like to speak for the veterans and thank all the people on the podium for what they do for us veterans, what has been done, and what will be done. I would like everybody here that can to stand, place your hand over your heart, and follow me and another veteran in the Pledge of Allegiance to a great country who's having a hiccup now and then, but needing some prayers which we just received. Follow me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. And Pastor, thank you for escorting Commander Gibson back to his seat. And I'll tell him myself a little bit. I met his beautiful bride as she was one of the folks encouraging youth in Shasta County when I was just a teenager. So our friendship goes back a couple of years. That's more than 5 years ago, I think. It just might be a little bit more than that. Folks, we're going to continue with the matter at hand, moving to the regular calendar. Item number R1 is to conduct the oath of office ceremony for the incoming District 1 and District 5 supervisors. That's Kevin Cry and Chris Kellstrom. I would like to have you welcome. Yes. I think we might know these two men. Judge Burgess, if I can encourage you to come over, and we're going to submit to you as this platform is yours. And gentlemen, if you can come forward, and you're more than welcome to have those that we're going to do some pinning here in a minute after the judge swears you in. So you're welcome to bring your wife, and I think your aunt is with you.
Morning. Morning.
So, Judge, any way you want to arrange them. Maybe a little bit of both, so you guys can be seen by the community as well.
So I know they can see you. Yeah, okay.
Boy, that's the truth.
All right, board chair and board members, good morning and thank you. First of all, I'm going to call somebody out here this morning. Quite a few folks here today have been through my court and jury duty. In fact, 2 up here recently have done that. And I had one of them come up to me and say, we were speaking about how old we were. And I said I was born in 74, and all he heard was 74. I'm not going to say who this was, but I said, no, I am not 74. I am 48. So I know I look old, folks, in terms of the gray hair, but I'm not that old. All right, so this oath is extremely important to me. In fact, last time I was here, I was administering this oath for our sheriff, a very good friend of mine, Michael Johnson, and I spoke about the importance of this oath. And I mean that to my core, what that means. It's not just me. The importance of this oath is found in state statute. In fact, it is so important that these 2 gentlemen cannot assume the responsibilities of their office until this oath is administered. And that's actually Government Code Section 1360. And that government code cites to the Constitution, our state Constitution, for that oath. I'm going to divert just a moment here because that oath, if you all go to it, and I would encourage you to do it, it is not the oath I'm going to give today. Now, what do I mean by that? In 1967, out of Los Angeles County, a case called Vogel versus the County of Los Angeles petitioned and came forward all the way up to our state Supreme Court. And what I think is fascinating about that case is it implicitly discusses the separation of powers of our government. It also does something else. It speaks about how a state constitution cannot override a federal constitutional right. That is what happened in 1967. But if you go to that state constitution now, it's still there. I'm not going to give that part that has been invalidated, but I will give the oath that we all know. Now, I want to speak, if I can, to you 2 today. It seems a bit odd that I'm doing that when I do this, but I'm going to speak to you when I say this. This oath has no preference to who its taker is. Age, gender, race, socioeconomic status, it simply does not care. No matter the person, it demands the same, as it should. It also does not care about our personal beliefs, mine included. And folks, I want to say, there have been more than one occasion when I've had this position or held this position where I have upheld a law that I disagree with. I'm not going to say it was easy, but it's what my oath demands me to do. And that's exactly what it should do. That's how foundational and important it is. Now, I will say that this oath, to me, if you ever face a course as to which way you should go and you have doubt, it's this oath that will guide you. It has done that for me, and I take it to my core, as I said earlier, very important to myself. All right, so are you 2 ready to give that oath? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you folks tell me that you affirm. If you agree, can you all hear me when I face this way? If you agree, I just want you to tell me you affirm at the conclusion, okay? Go ahead and raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will be well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. You can say I do or I affirm if you agree.
I affirm.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign here, and I'll sign here.
Chris is probably going to want a crayon.
All right, congratulations. Thank you. Mr. Kellstrom, if I can have you sign here for me. So you're going to sign right here. Congratulations.
Do I need to fill in?
So Judge Burgess has signed the documents officially, and they're each signing those, accepting their responsibility as supervisors of Shasta County. In a moment, I'm going to get the ladies, if you would pin each man. You have your pins, right? Very good.
Yeah, go ahead and sign all of them. Dates.
That's so nice. And then we're going to speak in order of district. So Supervisor Cry, you're going to go first as District 1. Can we get a thank you to Judge Burgess for taking time away from the courtroom?
Hey, Judge, while you're here, I have a parking ticket.
I think you know my answer.
Yeah, he just gave the oath of office. Patrick Henry.
Okay, John, two more here. One more. There you go, sir. There you go. Just that one.
And your car purchase has been arranged courtesy.
And let's see. Both of those.
So, folks, just to clarify the process, they have been legally sworn in. Officially, they will assume their office on January 2 at noon, as the law specifies. So we have a few more days of you putting up with Supervisor Clemente and myself. But I just want to tell you, both of these men have already jumped in and are working on behalf of the public long before this day.
It's yours.
And thank you, Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board, Stephanie Blankenship. She makes sure that we all do it well. Mr. Cry.
Well, I'll make this quick because this Sunday at 6 p.m. at Hillside Church, where the Freedom Coalition met, I'm going to have a victory party, and it will be a victory party. So I'll save a lot of my congratulations and thank you for them. But I see a lot of kids here. I heard there was a field trip with the Rise Academy that's here. So I want to tell all the kids, if there's something that you don't agree with or you don't like, and you might not understand the magnitude of the moment, but if there's something you don't like in your life, and this could be actually for anybody, know that you can change it. I came here 13 months ago, didn't like an answer I received, and I chose to run for an office for the first time, and I will sit up there in January. And for the people that supported and voted for me, I'm very thankful. And for those that didn't, I'm excited and look forward to proving that I am the choice for you and I will stand up and take care of you. And the last thing is, Beverly, I'm going to point you out because this is really the core of it. There's a young lady here named Beverly. Beverly, put your hand up. It didn't matter if I was in the mall or in a grocery store or in a parking lot. She'd give me $5 and said, I'm on a fixed income. This is all I can give you, but I appreciate it. And those are the people I fight for, not just in District 1, but all over Shasta County, for the people that believe in the republic we live in, are willing to give everything for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I just learned this trick today, and I'll probably never have to use it again. But anyhow, I'm very, very humbled and appreciative. It's been a wild ride for a kid that grew up here in Shasta County and, never planned on getting into politics. I was never going to run for office, and I saw my county changing over time, and I decided that I needed to make a change. So I threw my hat in the ring, worked my tail off, and as did hundreds of people in this room right now. I mean, I look over this room, and I could never show you my gratitude, but I am humbled, and I am forever grateful to every one of you, and I promise I will not let you down. I plan on representing all of you and doing the people's work. That's what I'm here for. Thank you so much for coming.
So don't go away, gentlemen. Gentlemen, don't go away. If I could have newly elected Supervisor Cry right over here up front, and Supervisor Kellstrom right here. Supervisor Clemente and I would like to officially congratulate you. This is a photo op, you guys, so get in closer, make sure we get this in the background. Judge, would you like to get in here on this photo app? Yeah, come on in here. I brought a prop with me for Supervisor Cry. You know, I saw his picture outside with Dan. Dan is 6'2" or what are you? 6'2", 6'3", or whatever. Dan looked like a little boy next to Chris. So, you know, I'm going to talk to the Lord about this when we get there. I really like this. Can I tell you how much I like this? So, Joe, I'm going to pass this to you, and appropriately as District 1, this is your mic for a minute, and then we'll pass it back.
Well, gentlemen, I welcome both of you, and I'll address you, Kevin, because I know you personally, and I will tell you, you know, this wasn't what I wanted for you, but it's your job. And I want you to do the very best you can at it. And I want you to know that I'm here, and I will be a resource. You know me, I'll more than freely share my opinions. But it's your job, and I want you to do the very best you can. And I appreciate you taking that on.
So, you know, everybody looks up to you. And I mean that sincerely. This is, as you might imagine, an emotional day for me, although I still have a little bit of time left on this board and representing the community. This is the day that we make it official. My wife and my family are here, and this is the day that I will have my last meeting and literally, in my mind, hand off District 5 to you. After all is said and done, I cannot think of a more honest, godly, full of respect, strong, and determined man than you. I know I've been stubborn for the last 16 years. You're going to make me look like I was a pushover. And I am grateful for that. With all of my heart, I want you to know that not only have I been praying for you, and for you too, Kevin, that I will continue to pray for you. You will find a supporter in me, gentlemen. You will not find me a detractor, snapping and sniping at this board. You will find strong support because, folks, this is what we're called to do, even with differences in opinion. Those are okay. Delivered with respect and transparency. I believe my job is to fully support you, and I will do so. And I just want to officially say, thank you, young man. God bless you. So if we can get family to come up, we want to take one more picture with the judge. If you have family here, invite them up. If you have somebody else that you want to come in this picture, invite them up. And then if we can get the board to come on down, we're all going to do a big family photo. Get in on this photo op. No, you're fine. No, you're not going to them. I'll stand this way. You're fine. All right, everyone looking this way. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Great. All right. Then, folks, the next item on the list is to recognize outgoing District 1 and District 5 supervisors for their service. And I'm going to do something that's very hard for me. I'm going to stop talking for a moment, and I'm going to pass the gavel to Patrick Henry, Supervisor
Chair
Patrick
Baugh,
Henry Jones.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Before we get to that, we did have one item on our one.
I knew
as a
she would
speaker.
keep me going. Can we just say thank you, Stephanie?
Sorry.
So we did have a couple of requests to address the board at this time. Monique, you're first up to address the board on item number R1 before we move forward. And Brenda, it says R1 are public, so this is the time for R1 specifically. The open comment time will be here in a little bit. Monique, step right up.
Good morning, Board. Hello, fellow constituents. My name is Monique Willeen, and I've been coming in since September 19, 2017, and I have never felt so proud and so honored to be at a meeting. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my soul to Mr. Cry for every Saturday being out with me at MLK Park, literally helping the underserved, unsheltered individuals. And that really makes me feel so proud that this man and his family worked so hard to get that coveted seat, because it's truly important, because he understands it is for the people, not just his people, but all the people. And I just want to say to Mr. Kellstrom, you are certainly head and shoulders above the rest. And I am so honored and proud to watch you men sit on that board and help us do right by those who cannot help themselves, and to also do right by those who can help themselves. So I am hoping we can collectively work together, we can get through this, and all I see and all I feel are good things in our future. And I just want to say humbly, I thank you men so much. Mr. Baugh, Mr. Commenti, it has been my pleasure to have been up here every Tuesday with you. I know sometimes we don't agree, but your words have inspired me. So from the bottom of my heart as well, I thank you for your service. Audaciously, you came up here, you did the best you could, and I'm thankful for your place in my history. Mr. Baugh, thank you for the time that you've committed. Thank you for your words. Thank you for inspiring me to do better for the community, and I appreciate it. Again, sincerely, humbly, I don't know what else to say, so I'm going to walk away. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Brenda, you're next. And I don't have any other request forms, so if there's someone who is desperate to speak at this time, move over in this direction, or you can also address in open comment time, which will come up very shortly. Brenda?
Good morning, Board. I wasn't desperate to speak, Monique.
No, you're
For
good.
me.
You're good.
So she always does this to me.
That was my subtle hint to wait for the rest of them. So was that too subtle? Yeah, no.
Anyways, I just wanted to thank Mr. Chimenti, because you were one of the first people to sit down and talk to me about things going on in my life. And we do have a huge issue with the homeless and mental illness and how that's treated. So I thank you for that. Because at some points in your life, you start losing hope. You lose hope in people. You know, we're living in a world where there's no empathy anymore. There's no concern for those that can't help themselves. And it seems to be getting worse. And I feel like eventually that's going to fall on our children's shoulders. And that makes me sad. Chris Kellstrom, you came to me and you sat with me, and you also listened to my story, and you started giving me hope. And then, Kevin, you sat down with me a few times and let me just spill out my issues. I wanted my time coming to board meetings to mean something and close my circle that was broken. Well, unfortunately, that circle is not going to come full circle. But I can patch it and continue to do the work that I do. I don't feel like it's much, but I hope it gets bigger. So, Kevin and Chris, you give me hope. And thank you for running. And I know this is a hard position to sit in. And Mr. Baugh, I know this is hard for everybody. This isn't an easy job, and I've said that a million times. Being a parent isn't an easy job. Being a community member sometimes isn't an easy job. And being a child isn't easy. So I hope we can all work together and start making progress. You know, we live life on a string of pearls, and it's up to us to add to that string of pearls. And that's just something I recently learned. So let's add positivity to our string of pearls. So thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Folks, we're going to give the... Oh, did you want to address? You already got a chance at it, Pastor. No, come on in.
Oh. Darren Oswald from Anderson Community. We moved here in 2000, like I said, because we wanted to raise our son in a community that cared about each other and that knew each other. It wasn't separate, it wasn't different, and everybody wasn't fighting and backbiting all the time. And that's what the world's coming to. And it's not coming there yet, but man, I've watched some of these meetings where it's just backbiting back and forth when you're supposed to be discussing. Discussion isn't yelling at each other because nobody gets heard. Discussion is calmly speaking with each other, working out our differences. I take this as an honor today because we're going to see a change of season in this county. I've come to love it. I call it my home. And I'm from Montana, which is small, but I moved to Arizona, so I know the difference between big cities and little cities and towns. And this has a combination that's about perfect. It's about perfect, so let's not destroy that. We have everything that we need within a half hour's drive, and we're 4 hours from the coast. And we're not under the thumb of ideals that's going to destroy our children, because that's our future. If we don't start thinking about where our youth is going, we don't have to worry about tomorrow, because it's going nowhere. I'd like to express my gratitude for the hard work and long hours you members of the board do. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's diligence. It's hard work to represent those who have placed you in all your district positions, each and every one of you. You're a representative of the people that are in your district, but when you come to Shasta County and sit on there, you're a representative of the whole of Shasta County, not just your district. It's not easy to put oneself out there knowing that you will not please everybody all the time. And that your opinions and decisions will have controversy, and you won't be liked. But that shouldn't hold you back in fear, because that's how we discuss things. That's what a democracy is. That's what a republic is. It's coming together, seeing the needs of our constituents, your constituents, the people that placed you there, and not losing touch with them as our big government has. The big government don't even know us. They don't know what's going on in our towns. They don't know that rent's so high people can't afford it and they're out in the streets. They don't know the price of food is getting so high you got to make a choice whether you're going to pay your rent, pay your bills, or eat. But that's what's happening to many families. And I work a good job in this area. And we know the pay in this area is a lot less than the rest of the state, but the cost isn't. The cost is the same. I just pray that with decisions you make, that you will keep the needs and voices of those you represent and are sworn to represent, and you will look beyond the special interest in the sway of the almighty dollar. The dollar seems to drive everything. Let's not let it drive Shasta County. Let's let the people drive Shasta County.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the needs of the people, the housing, the roads, our economy, and the fact that we draw people that want to get away from the hustle and the bustle and the rat race. I thank you guys that are coming in. I pray that you remember who you represent, not just what you represent. There's a difference between a democracy and a republic. A democracy is the rich ruling over the poor. Senators that are placed there for life. A republic is people that are put there for a time to represent the people by the people in a democratic vote where they come together to vote. I hope we remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niles.
Hi, I'm Ashley Rudolph. I just wanted to thank everyone who's here today. All the faces, we all recognize one another and we all came together. unbeknownst to us that we would all be here today celebrating such a good victory. But I wanted to give a special thanks to Patrick Jones and Lori Jones, because I really do feel like you guys were kind of the rock and the thread that kind of helped us together. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, because I'll tell you what, Patrick, when I was bewildered, my husband and I and my family, and we didn't know where to go or what to do or where to start, I met you down at the corner. I didn't even know you. And you were the only person here that gave us a voice. I really thank you guys for that and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have an opportunity for the board to congratulate our incoming supervisors. We'll start with Supervisor Garman.
Kevin, Chris, congratulations. Looking forward to you guys being seated up here with us next month. Your skill sets are awesome. You guys are going to bring a different flavor to things. But one thing I do know with both of you is you work hard. You've already proven that. Chris, I've been out in the field with you. Kevin, I know you've been meeting with everybody. You're out there Saturday at the park. It's that dedication to the work, the ethic of that, that's going to make this board stronger. So congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you guys up here in a few short weeks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any others on this board?
Sure.
Supervisor Jones.
Well, I'll start first with Supervisor Kellstrom. We've known each other for a long time. We went to elementary school together, junior high, Nova, Enterprise, and Shasta College. And I want to let everybody know that Chris wasn't always this tall. That in sixth grade, we were pretty close to the same height, and then the world got much better for Chris and kept me at about 6 foot tall. But what I was always impressed with Chris is how smart he is. All through grade school, he did extremely well. He worked hard. I've never met him where he didn't excel in anything that he did. And I know he's going to do well, because the same things that he's done his whole entire life, he's going to bring to the Shasta County Board of Supervisors. I say congratulations for all the hard work. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Now, for Kevin Cry, who is similar height to me.
Average height, right?
Average.
Yeah.
We just have to work harder, and I know Kevin will do exactly that. I don't think I've met somebody that worked harder than this guy has over the last year. He put the work in, and when you put the work in, the result is there. And some people had some doubts about him, and I think all those doubts now will go away. I think he'll be a strong leader for Shasta County. In fact, I think he has an opportunity here to thrive because of his dedication and his hard work. So, Kevin, welcome aboard. Supervisor Cry. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Rickard, please.
Yes, I want to congratulate both Mr. Kellstrom, Mr. Cry. I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cry yesterday. I think we have a lot of common goals as we want to work together on to make this community a better place. And I really want them to know that from the bottom of my heart, if you ever have any questions, anything I can do to help you in any way, my door is always open. And I'm here not just for District 3, but for everyone in the community. I'm always here. And if I guess at this point I'm the oldster on the board, and so.
Oh, I'm not going there.
Yeah, I know. But by far I'm the oldster, the senior member of the board. So hopefully, with a little bit of my history with serving on past county boards and basically the 6 years I've completed as a supervisor, I can be helpful to you, and that's all I want to do. We just want to make things better. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And to all the supervisors, well done. So officially, Supervisor Cabenti, jumping on in here.
I just want to say, both you gentlemen, the campaign's over. And the campaign's where you do a lot of talking, and I understand. I've been there, I've done that. Now you got to govern. So use your head, use your heart. And please appreciate that you represent everyone. And I think Judge Burgess said it best when he said he's had to make decisions that he didn't necessarily agree with, but the law told him what he needed to do. There'll be a lot of that. And that's where you really have to look at yourself and say, what's the best thing I can do for everyone. And the hardest thing you'll do is put your personal politics aside and act in the best interests of the community. And that's really what I would ask you to do, is think through every situation. And as long as you can look in the mirror and say, I made the best decision I possibly could, then you'll be very successful at what you do. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking on the responsibility.
Thank you, Supervisor. Why don't we just make this final by saying thank you collectively as the community of Shasta County. And then that difficult thing for me, Vice Chair Jones. I just don't want to, but I'm going to give you this gavel. And Supervisor Caventi, you and I are going to take our place at the podium.
Thank you, Chairman Baugh. And Chairman Baugh will go up to the podium. So will Supervisor Chimenti. And I think we'll go first. Supervisor Chimenti, why don't you go first and have some remarks, and then Supervisor Rickert has a presentation to make to you as well. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. I think that's kind of dangerous to give the floor, but
you still have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'm on it. I already timed this. And if it's okay with the board, I'm going to look this way as well. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to serve. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my professional life. And we navigated through some very, very difficult times where we were presented with a situation that the world had never seen. And we were suddenly thrust with the responsibility of managing through that process. And I don't want to go down that road again. I lived through it. We all lived through it. And now it's time for us to move forward. And I'm confident we can, because the reason I chose to serve was because I love this community. I'm clearly not from here. You can hear that in my voice. But I chose, and that's a big word, I chose at some financial sacrifice to raise my family here because it's the place I want to be. And my kids love it here, and 2 of them still live here. So now we move forward. And here's my ask. I always have an ask. And I'm told that I use that word incorrectly, but I'm using it anyway. Here's my ask. We're in a battle. Unquestionably, we're in a battle. But it's not a battle against the federal government. It's not a battle against the state government. It's not a battle against Democrats versus Republicans. It's not red versus blue. That's not our battle. Because all government is local, and our battle is against mental illness. Our battle is against addiction, homelessness, domestic violence, child abuse, adverse childhood experiences, hunger, intolerance. That's our battle. And that's the battle we should be fighting every single day, arm in arm. It's not about politics. It's about performance. It's about meeting the needs of this community. And anytime a child goes to bed scared for his safety, we fail. Every time a woman is afraid to go home because she fears for her safety, we have failed. And that, my friends, should be our focus. What happens at the state level happens at the state level. If you have aspirations to run for assembly, please do. Please run for president, because God knows, in my opinion, we could use one. But right now, we have things to do here. And I'm very confident that the 2 new people will join in and make sure that these things get done. And they are not easy. It will take generations to get us out of this cycle, but we need to commit to it. So I'm going to end with a quote from, if Monique is still here, I know she'll like this, from Abraham Lincoln. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Wherever we've been, we learn from. But now it depends on where we go. And this board has a lot of influence, as all electeds do, as every citizen does, to determine what direction this county will go in. As I said before, and I'll say it again, my heart is in Shasta County. It's some of the greatest, kindest, most gentle people. some more opinionated than others. But now's the time, arm in arm, for us to work together, to put our politics in our back pocket, and to move forward. And again, I am humbled by the opportunity to have served you, and I plan on continuing to serve, just probably more from this side than up there. And gentlemen and lady, I wish you all the best. I intimately know how hard your job is, and I appreciate, whether I agree or disagree with you, I appreciate the fact that you're willing to sit up there. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, stand by there, Supervisor Tremente. Supervisor Rickert
Yes.
wanted to say a few words.
Here's your plaque. Joe, you are always impossible to follow after speeches like that. What can I say? He said it all. And I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with every word that you said. And so I appreciate that. And that's what I've appreciated about you and your 4 years of service. We've served side by side. And I think you and I have a special bond. I think we served during the most difficult times in the history of Shasta County. And somehow we survived. We're still standing upright. We're still going, and we're still committed to the citizens of Shasta County. I admire you tremendously. Even during times you had some health issues, you kept, leading these meetings, and I know it was difficult for you. We have some really interesting memories that we will maybe in our rocking chairs someday sit back and talk and share. But I just want to thank you for these last 4 years. And I fully anticipate to see you at this microphone regularly talking about new projects you're working on for Shasta County to house those that need stabilization in their lives, to be able to kind of cut down our homeless problem. And I know you're the right person for that job. So thank you. Here's a plaque. And don't be a stranger.
Yes, and thank you for that segue.
Okay,
Because I
here we
am
go.
starting a not-for-profit, Hope Street Communities, to address this very, very significant issue. And I'll be looking for all of you to be supportive and generous. So thank you. And thank you, Mary. Very much.
All right, now we have Chairman Lesbaugh to say a few words, and then I have a few plaques for the chairman.
So I thank you, Patrick Jones, Supervisor. I have notes, not to make it lengthy, but just the opposite, because as we all know, I tend to talk a lot, and I think that the concise notes will hold it down a bit. I'm not here to focus on myself. Today I've chosen to focus on those in my life who have provided encouragement and support over the years. You need to understand, for me, this has been the greatest honor of my life. Collectively, 26 years, 10 years of service in the community of Anderson, and another 16 years on this board. To me, this has been an outreach of the ministry of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and I make no bones about that. I am not ashamed of the gospel, and I'm grateful for that service to the community. It has been a privilege and an honor to be, and I mean servant when I say public servant, a public servant serving you, not myself. So you need to know a little bit about me. I put it in this order: God and family and country. So I'm going to address my God, my Lord and my Savior, Jesus, and thank you, Lord. Thank you for blessing for this time in our county. I just want to say it's a privilege, Lord, to represent you, and the highest honor. If you would understand, for me, this was a calling many years ago. When my wife and I married, we decided we would serve the community. And both Susie and I have served the community in various ways our entire marriage, and we are grateful for the opportunity. Next, family. My wife and my daughter Violet are here. Would you both come up, please? Come on up. She's going, oh, please. She's used to it. We've been married for years. She won't allow me to say how many years because that dates us. So it's more than a little. No, see, I'm going to get in trouble again. May I have some help there? Oh, there we go. That's what I need. Thank you. So, folks, you guys have to understand this. Nothing could be done in a man's life without a beautiful woman by his side, one that loves me, one that supports me. Susie's gift is faith, and when I have lacked faith, she has been that sounding board. She has been that faith, and there's never been a time when you haven't supported me. With your encouragement, I'm here, and with your encouragement, I'll continue to serve as a pastor at Anderson Community. There aren't enough flowers in the world to say thank you. They suggested I buy out the entire florist, but I'm going to present you with this bouquet, and I'm going to really embarrass you by doing this. And folks, you need to know my little girl in her heart. Before I left the house this morning, she insisted that I come and gather with my bride, and she led family prayer for this day, not just for us, but for all of you, too, in this community. She has a warrior's heart, and she is a prayer warrior for the Lord. Violet, I thank you for who you are already at 10 years old. God bless you. Thank you. So to my extended family, to my other children, I say thank you. When I say extended family, I also mean those, my faith family at Anderson Community, and within the community at large. To be surrounded by so many people that encourage and love is something that I can't even find words to say. So to all of you, I do love you dearly, and I'm grateful. There are so many of you in the room this morning, friends and associates, the communities that I've been able to serve over the years. You are all more than just constituents. You are friends and you are family. The Bible says we're neighbors, and I have taken it to mean exactly what that means. We're all neighbors. To the highest order of my service in the county, I just want to thank those who I have supported. I mentioned the veterans. Of greatest importance to me has been law enforcement, firefighters, first responders. I have never wavered from that support. I am grateful for those who stand in harm's way. If something happens, I know in the community that I live in and in this county, there will be those there that are willing to stand in front of a bullet for us, for all of us collectively. They go from their homes and their families in the morning, and they go out and they face whatever life brings them. And I'm grateful for all of you. I know there are law enforcement in this room, Sheriff. I'm glad to see you here. And for those who serve on a daily basis, thank you and God bless you. To our seniors as well, I've been very active on the senior boards throughout the county and represented the seniors in this county for 17 years. If you just want to show some genuine love out there, go love on a senior. The next time you're saying, well, I am a senior. Well, love on yourself, okay? But the next time you're in a restaurant, buy somebody a breakfast or a lunch. Look at that veteran hat over there, and you don't need to even go over there and say that you paid for it. Just go and pay for it and do it quietly and walk out the door, knowing that you blessed somebody who's given their all. I want to give special thanks. There's a lot of people that I've appointed over the years, but one who rises to the top, and the longest-serving appointee for me, that would be my Planning Commission member, Patrick Wallner. And Patrick is not with us today. I don't think he was able to make it. He has a small business to run, and I'm grateful that he is a successful business investor in this community. Mr. Wallner has read every item on every packet for the last billion years that he's been on the... Now, he came in, I want to say, probably for my last 3 terms. He has represented me well on the Planning Commission. I want to personally thank the campaign team that put me here. People walked door to door. They gave of their life and they gave of their time. 2 people especially committed to the entire 16 years serving as my campaign chairman. You probably recognize the name Trish Sharani Strawn, former manager of the Shasta District Fairgrounds. When she retired, I laughed and I said, well, you know this isn't going to last long. What are you doing next? She said, well, what do you think I should do? I said, I think you should handle my campaign. She said, what are you running for? Let's go. And so that's how it happened. Corky Keenan became the treasurer. Corky Keenan is now 94 years old, I believe, somewhere close to that. Still has beautiful penmanship, and up until the last year handled the finances. Of course, those no longer exist. We filed our closing statements, and we're done with that part of it. In this room, last week, I think it was, I told the story of Stop Tank, and that lady who just flamboozled me into being in front of 400 people, my introduction to this whole political arena. But folks, to be able to find out what you could do as long as you had 1,000 people supporting you. And there were 1,000 people that marched with us on downtown Reading to stop Tank, which was the transmission authority in Northern California. And this lady, Don, I want you to stand up. This lady, this feisty, stubborn Cottonwood lady, told me I could come and talk to a couple of people, and there were 400 people there. Donna, thank you. It's been pretty cool. To co-workers, I just want to say thank you so much. I could pick out everybody in this community. We are a service entity. I won't do that. I'm going to recognize the folks up here, and I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to say, Ruben, it has been a pleasure to harass you. Nearly every meeting. It has brought joy to my heart. I'm going to miss that, and I even have enjoyed the sparring. So thank you. Thank you very much. Patrick Minturn, you're here as our interim CAO, or CEO, but it's more than that I'm thanking you for. You've led this last few months with dignity and respect and brought honor to this office that you're holding today. But folks, you have to understand that this man has been a partner with Supervisors. In my entire 16 years here, and many people in this room have called me about challenges out there on the Public Works crew, he managed that crew. If I emailed him at 2 a.m. in the morning, he answered within 15 minutes. And by morning, there was already a crew on it. There were times when I would ask for help in my morning calls. By the time I called people back in the afternoon to let them know a crew would be coming out, I often got this response: they were already here an hour ago. So Patrick Minturn, you have been, in my time, the best partner that any supervisor could have. Folks, I'd like you just to especially thank Mr. Minturn for the years of service. So we're going to go just the comments to the current board and the past board. I'm going to start with you, Joe. You're behind me, but I was just going to say, Joe, for your fierce determination. Folks, this man is stubbornly determined to achieve his goals, and I have great honor and respect for that. Tim, your passion. You are not only a man of God, but you're a man of the people. And when you bite into something, you simply don't let go. You have learned a lot this past year. You are a formidable leader, and you will continue to succeed. Patrick. So probably a lot of you guys know our history. Patrick.
Be kind, Les.
Yeah, what's that?
I said
be careful.
Be kind.
I'm always kind. Patrick Jones and I did not always see eye to eye, but I have to tell you, during the last 2 years of service, I have never met a more distinguished, respect-filled leader than Patrick Jones. This is the man Shasta County needed to come on the board. I have counted it an honor and a privilege to gain an ally and to serve with him, and I'm looking forward to his chairmanship during the next year. How was that, Jones?
That was great.
Okay, that was good. And to Mary, your public service and commitment is without a doubt undeniable. And you combine that with your sparkling personality, and folks, you have a supervisor that has served well and will continue to serve well. To all of you and to the past boards, I want to thank you for your service and for your commitment to your office and to your oath of office. You are appreciated. I'm going to close with this, folks, and this is just a short scripture that I pulled out to honor all of you. This is to the community, those who have supported and encouraged, and you might find this strange, those especially who have disagreed with me. The greatest thing that we do here are not in the decisions we make on an agendized, on a written agenda, because those things have worked their way up, some of them 2 or 3 years in advance to get to their place, and we confirm what we've already set in motion with those votes. The greatest honor and privilege that all of us have is to receive you with your open comments. When you agree or when you disagree, it doesn't matter to me. You are all entitled as citizens of the United States of America. It is your respite, your right, respite, I don't know where that came, that was right and respect put together. It is your right to address the board, and it is our obligation to listen with complete respect. That has been my favorite time of this public service. So this prayer is for those I agree with and those who have disagreed with me. It is for all of us. And this scripture is from Isaiah 41:10. Do not yield to prayer. And I say this as an open-eyed prayer to you. This is my prayer in my heart for all of us in Shasta County in the years ahead. Do not yield to fear, for I am always near. Never turn your gaze from me, for I am your faithful God. I will infuse you with my strength and help you in every situation. I will hold you firmly with my victorious right hand. Thank you, God. Amen? Amen. All right, Jones.
All right, don't go anywhere, Les. And Bruce Ross, could you come on up here too, Bruce? We have. Just when I thought Pastor Neil was going to be long-winded, then Les came along.
Yeah, there you
go. So Pastor Neil, you're off the hook. But I tell you, I think I need to go to your church. That could be pretty exciting.
I tell you what, if you're ready for fire, you just come on down.
All right, so I have a couple plaques on behalf of the people of Shasta County. First one, Les Baugh, Chairman Les Baugh. This is for your appreciation, our appreciation for your being chair, not only this year, but 2011, 2014, 2018, and of course this year. And for me being vice chair, I needed a leader to be able to look to, and you were exactly that. You are a true leader and a statesman in a time that we need it. I think 2022 will be looked at as one of our finest years, and you led us through that as chairman. You'll, in my heart, always be known as Chairman Les Baugh. Okay. So that's for being chair. This is from, again, the people of Shasta County for your 16 years here as a Shasta County Board of Supervisor. And I spent several hours last night tossing and turning how to talk about a man that's had decades of service, not only to Anderson, but to Shasta County, and the thousands of meetings that he's participated in, and all the people that he has served, and he has truly served. But the thing that impressed me most about Les and Chairman Baugh is that he listened to every single person that came up to this podium. He truly listened to every one of you. He didn't have his cell phone on. He wasn't looking at other things. He was listening to the people of Shasta County intently. And that's exactly what leaders do. This room is your room. We're here to listen to you. And Supervisor Baugh has done that his entire time. I've never seen him in Anderson, but I suspect you did the very same thing in Anderson. You listened to the people, and that's how we serve you, is when we listen to you. So on behalf of the entire Shasta County Board of Supervisors, we say congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Bruce Ross. I'm the district director for Senator Brian Daly. He wasn't able to be here today, but Senator Daly used to be a county supervisor, actually for 16 years as well, and he has said on many occasions that being a state legislator is really easy. You push a button and the decision is made, and then you move on. When you're a county supervisor, you have to be here in the room with people, and then you have to be at the grocery store with people, you have to be in the stands at the basketball game with people. You are there with your decisions and the people they affect every single day. It's a powerful commitment of the heart, and Les Baugh, you have always had that heart, that passion for your community. There are people probably in this room who have wanted to make you the grand marshal of the parade, and there are people who wanted to send you to the doghouse. And sometimes they're the same people, depending, from year to year. But you know what, Les? You have always put your full passion into this community, and people have always known where your heart is. You have never held anything back. It's a truly profound service. Everybody comes into office and they've got some goals. Maybe they just want a new traffic light at that dangerous intersection, or they want to, help a nonprofit so that the kids have something to do. Events come at you, and you never know what they're going to be. They could be the Great Recession, requires profound changes to the county. They could be wildfires that totally change how we live in rural communities. They could be COVID. You never know what's going to happen, but when you are committed to the community as you have been, and to listening as you have been, that is what the people need. So on behalf of Senator Daly, I have an object. It's a resolution from the State Senate, and I won't read it all today, but thank you for your work, and congratulations, and enjoy a little free time with Susie.
Yes. I'd like to invite my bride and my daughter to come back up here. And board, come on down. This is the picture. Which one would you like to hold?
Because I was going to invite her.
Board, come on in here. Let's everybody. Because this one holds the gut, covers the gut. Grateful for that. It looks a little bit taller.
All right, big smiles. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you very much. I do. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. So, folks, there's an opportunity at this time to address the board in regards to item number R2. I don't have anything in advance, but if there's anybody in the room who would like to address the board, this would be your opportunity to do so. Seeing all the quick exits. Uh-oh. Come on up. Just go ahead and get a line over here, and if anybody else wants to. We'll get it on.
Okay.
There you go.
I want to say thank you to both of you. Joe, I want to mention that my husband always reminded me, even when we disagreed. He'd say, Joe Comenti is a man we'd want as a neighbor. Even though we're disagreeing with him, he's still a good guy, and he's someone that we would like as a neighbor. So remember that about him, and that helped us keep perspective. Thank you for your service. And Les, we didn't always agree either, but we did sometimes. And those were important times, and I thank you for being strong enough to take a stand on important issues to this community, and it really has meant a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Councilmember Newts?
I'll go ahead and speak now. I put down for public comment, but this will work. I just want to make a very simple thank you to both of you gentlemen. Les, you've been my representative for 26 years now, either as city councilman or board of supervisors. I really appreciate all the hard work you put in. I always found that you were well prepared. You read your packet. You'd counseled with staff. And we may not always agree on every decision you made, but you came well prepared and you were ready to make a decision. And I appreciated all the hard work that you put in. This is not farewell, because I'm sure we're going to see each other at an Anderson event, whether it's Mosquito Serenade, Christmas in Anderson, 3rd of July, or Trunk or Treat, or some other event. And I sincerely appreciate all the hard work and the support you put in helping me as a local veteran, getting the things done I needed to get done within the local VFW. So God bless, and I wish you all well in your ministry.
Thank you, Stan, for your kind words.
And Joe, I've only known Joe since about June, July of 2018, when my arm was twisted to go to a continuum of care meeting, okay? And we sat next to one another, and we closed out the Reading City Hall that day talking about how we're going to fix and get a new jail in Shasta County. That was Joe's main issue. It was one of my main issues. So we worked on that. We've got it this far, and I hope that you and I can continue to work on that in the future to get that thing built and solve the crime issue, which is really the 900-pound gorilla in the county. It's crime, it's drug abuse, it's homelessness, it's mental illness, all those things that we've talked about. So I hope we can continue to work in that from your new position. And I sincerely appreciated your grace, your civility, your decorum, your leadership, and your patience as you've gone through a very difficult 4 years. And I wish you well in your new nonprofit. God bless, and I hope to see you soon, Joe. God bless everyone. Oh, and I want to welcome the 2 new supervisors. I've known the Cry family since the early 1990s, and I've known the big guy back there when we started working on something called the State of Jefferson. So welcome, God bless, and I wish you well, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Stan. Go ahead and come on forward. It's set for Kellstrom height.
Oh, I was like, thanks.
Please go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, I just want to say congratulations to Chris and Kevin, and I want to say thank you for the supervisors' service, for all of your service, and I want to say a word to Tim. You are somebody who, you didn't talk the talk, you walked the walk when it came to our children. Our children are our most precious, our most vulnerable, defenseless. As adults, we can make choices. Our children don't get to always make choices for themselves, and it is our duty and our obligation to look out for our children, to protect them, and to do what is best and right for them, no matter what the government or anybody else says. And you stood for our children when I don't think anyone else publicly did. And so I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, you're my hero. Because our children are precious, and you knew what was going on in general, but especially with our children, was wrong. And so you did something about it, and now you're in this seat. And so I just want to say thank you, God bless you, and I just really respect that. Thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you. You look familiar.
I'm back because I got the choreography wrong, a little bit wrong the first time. But I wanted to say, because the state of California, believe it or not, does things wrong and late a lot. We had a resolution for Supervisor Baugh and not yet for Supervisor Clementi, though it is on order, and it's coming. But and I did not get to say the appropriate words, but Supervisor Clementi, you're my county supervisor. I live in District 1, basically right here in downtown Reading. When you came to office, you were very clear-eyed about the challenges facing this community. And again, what happens, events happen, you end up dealing with a whole whirlwind of issues. You have worked diligently for the past 4 years to keep a balance in those issues and keep your eye on the main task and your strategic focus. It's something every leader needs to learn and understand. And I have deeply appreciated that. Some of these problems are wicked tasks. They will not be solved by one supervisor or 5 supervisors. They will be solved by a community working together over many years, over generations. So thank you for your service of the past 4 years and your continued service that you've already discussed. Hope you let me know where I can write a check when the time is right. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. My name is Cheyenne Isberg. This is my first time at this meeting. I've come to celebrate Les Baugh and say congratulations to your retirement, along with Joe Clementi. I apologize if I said your last name wrong. I also want to say congratulations to Chris Kellstrom, and I look forward to everything that you're going to do in our community, and as well with the other person who is coming in as a supervisor. Thank you, Les, for everything that you do, 1, as a leader, and 2, as a citizen. You are truly an inspiration to so many people, and I'm proud to call you my friend and my family. Thank you.
Love you, Cheyenne. Thank you. Is there anyone else on item number R2? Supervisor Grumman?
Yes, I'll start with Joe. Enjoy retirement. But I just want to say thank you. I've been on here a short time, but your door's been open, and I've knocked on it, and you helped me. And I really appreciate that openness that you've been able to share. It's really, really appreciated. So thank you, and good luck in your next endeavors. And I'll move over to Chairman Baugh. I don't know, a few years ago, we met and had breakfast at Becca's Cafe. And I asked you, what is it like being a supervisor? What does the job entail? Because I'm thinking about being a supervisor someday. This is long before the recall election. And you listed it out. It's tough. People are going to hate you. People are going to love you. You went all the way down the line. And I thought, well, that is for me someday. And it's been everything just as you stated it would be. And I just want to say thank you for, at that moment in time, just to even have the breakfast with me, to introduce me to what the world of being a supervisor looked like. And thank you for all of your community service to Anderson as well as Shasta County. Enjoy the next part of your life. Thank you.
And you, Supervisor, thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Rickert.
And I'm
please.
just going to make it quick because we need to get our business done. But I already said a few words to Joe. He, like I say, one thing that people don't know about Joe, he could have been a stand-up comedian. He has a real talent for being able to make you laugh. So I'm going to miss that unless I think Susie's going to look forward to having you underfoot all the time, right, Susie?
Or not.
So anyway, your well-deserved time to kind of kick back and focus on other things in your life, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Jones.
Thank you. Very quickly, Supervisor Chimente, I always did think you were a comedian, but, it's not an easy job, and we did have probably a time period that will be looked back as probably one of the toughest to be able to serve on, and you made it through. So I say congratulations for the last 4 years. You did it with integrity, and there'll be a new chapter in your life, and I know that'll bring big things. For Chairman Baugh, the one thing, there's so many things when you've been in office this long that's impressive, but the thing that impresses me the most is you're a man of faith, and someday you will be called upon at those pearly gates, and you will enter the kingdom of heaven, and really that's all that matters.
Thank you, Patrick. Folks, we're going to move on to item number R3, where we're going to adopt a resolution which recognizes Shasta County Health and Human Services Agency Mental Health Clinician 1, Stacy Hughes, Shasta County's Employee of the Year for 2022, and Supervisor Garman is going to make this presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Ball. Whereas the Shasta County Board of Supervisors has adopted the Shasta County Employees Recognition Program to identify exceptional employees who deserve to be recognized and honored for their contribution to county service. And whereas such recognition is given to the employee meeting the criteria of the program, namely exceptional customer service, professionalism, high ethical standards, initiative, innovation, teamwork, productivity, and service as a role model for other public employees. And whereas the Shasta County Employee Recognition Committee has considered all current nominations for the Shasta County 2022 Employee of the Year. Now, therefore, it be resolved that Stacy Hughes, Mental Health Clinician 1 of the Shasta County Health and Human Service Agency, is hereby named Shasta County Employee of the Year for 2022. Be it further resolved that Ms. Hughes' passion and drive to support children and families is what makes her an excellent public servant. Ms. Hughes models a positive attitude in the face of challenges. She recognizes that when staff initiative is low, it can permeate the entire department and focuses on the needs of the department to ensure morale stays up. As a facilitator of the Families Living in Transformational Environments program, Ms. Hughes respectfully engages with parents as she identifies partners around the table who could support the parent and achieve reunification. When parents are not active in the program and reunification with the child is at risk, she is able to find the right words to have hard conversations with the parents around how their behavior is delaying reunification. This respectful behavior is core to who Ms. Hughes is with clients and colleagues. In an effort to further build her clinical competence, Ms. Hughes transferred roles from serving the early onset of psychosis and 0 to 5 populations to assessing those youth actively seeking mental health service. Her goal is to advance her clinical assessment skills, diagnosing and linking youth to services. This past year, Ms. Hughes reorganized the Children's Access Team and kept her focus on improving outcomes for children and families, as well as their work environment of her coworkers. Her willingness to improve outcomes not only for children and families, but the overall work environment of her colleagues is a great leadership quality. Ms. Hughes is an amazing role model for others and a leader. And I'll make a motion to have Ms. Hughes as the Employee of the Year.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Baugh, Vice Chair Jones, Supervisor Rickert, Supervisor Garment, Supervisor Chimente, for both of you. The last time I think I'll be up here. So thank you very much. Miguel Rodriguez, I'm still trying to remember my title, Mental Health Director for Behavioral Health and Social Services Branch. after, and I wrote some stuff down so I wouldn't forget, so I'm going to read it if you don't mind.
We don't mind at all.
Thank you. After we heard about Stacy's incredible accomplishment, we asked our colleagues to help us describe her in one word. However, we soon began to realize Stacy cannot be described in a single word. So here are some few of the words that her peers utilize to describe her and her work. She is caring, compassionate, dependable, insightful, funny, calm under pressure, focused, has integrity, and simply the best. For these and many other qualities, Behavioral Health and Social Services has honored Stacy Hughes has been awarded Employee of the Year. Stacy is extremely humble, honest, and incredibly knowledgeable about our system of care, and she utilizes this knowledge to help our clients navigate complex situations in order to meet their mental health needs. One of our supervisors shared a story from when Stacy started in mental health 4 years ago. I hope she doesn't hurt me for this, but let's see. She sat in the office sobbing because she was fearful she couldn't do clinical work. All the while, her responses were spot on. Her approach to problem situations were spot on. Her compassion does not just extend to the individuals and the families she serves, but also to her colleagues. Another amazing quality about Stacy is her outlook. Social and behavioral health services are not how any of us envision this helping profession. Her ability to remain positive in the face of challenges and model for others is an essential quality for leadership. Stacy has a passion for improving systems and for providing opportunities for all those who enter our front doors. She is not judgmental. However, this does not affect her ability to ensure the safety of individuals and or the families are her first priority. In her 4 years in mental health, she has provided approximately, I'm going to say over 1,100 assessments to children and families, over 1,600 therapy services, over 944 collateral services to individuals connected to her clients, and over 179 crisis services. These clients were served by various programs: early onset psychosis, our 0 to 5 program, outpatient clinic, foster youth, and our new school-based program, community day schools and continuation programs. Stacy has worked for Shasta County for her entire professional career, and we are grateful for that. Crystal Lovelace, a Shasta County child welfare supervisor and her first supervisor, I believe, shared the following story of her professional and personal relationship. I first met Stacy while on core training during summer of 2010. We immediately clicked and were inseparable after that. People thought we knew each other from college because of how close we were, and we remained friends outside of work. I have been there for all of life's big moments for her, including the birth of her baby boy, which wasn't too long ago. I'm very proud of her for pursuing her license. It's what we always talked about doing. She is an amazing human, an amazing hard worker, and a teammate. While I continue to be in awe of her accomplishment, I am truly not surprised she would be receiving this honor because she absolutely deserves it. She is not the type that loves all the attention on her, so she will probably be downplaying her skills and greatness. But I mean, who gets County Employee of the Year, right? I didn't even know it was a thing. Of course, Stacy does. She's amazing. Stacy has the best work ethic I've ever seen. This is from me. She is honest, ethical, and smart. She works very hard and takes pride in the work she does. She is truly inspirational to every person in our branch. Stacy, you inspire others to continue on, simply with your laughter, kindness, and intellectual wisdom. Thank you for choosing to be an employee of Shasta County HHSA Behavioral Health and Support Services Branch.
Thank you.
Stacy? She's hiding as I...
Come on down, Stacy.
Oh, there she is.
And as Supervisor Garment is making his way over there, I will ask if there's anybody in the community that wants to address item number R3 on our agenda. That's our current item. Seeing none, Supervisor Garment, continue, please.
Stacy, it's my honor to present you this award. Thank you. And there's a bunch of more stuff up here, but let me kind of read what we're going to give you, what you're going to get here today. A Shasta County Rosewood pin, an Orchard Nutrition for the basket of products, Rare Air for passes to their activities. Good luck with that, by the way. Turtle Bay Exploration Park for passes to the park. Mount Shasta Ski Park for lift tickets to the park. Now that will be good.
Yeah.
Lake Shasta Caverns for a family pass to visit the caverns. Gift card from the Board of Supervisors. Gift card from the SAA unit. Gift card from the MMBU unit. And a $250 from the department head forum. So congratulations again, and we'd like you to say a few words and bring your family up if you like.
Very nice. Wow. Welcome, Stacy.
Thank you. I wrote something because I get super nervous in front of people, and I wish my son was here today. He's at school right now. He had his lovely Christmas performance this morning. They did an amazing job singing. He does love Rare Air, so we also love Rare Air. But thank you guys so much. I love my job. I love what I do every day, almost 13 years, and I can't imagine doing anything else besides working with the most vulnerable children in our community. It is my passion. And really, children's mental health is a team in every sense of the word, and I can't thank my colleagues enough, our leadership enough. I come to work every day, and everyone at Children's just has passion for the work that they do, and it's a learning environment, and everyone encourages each other. And so it's really the leadership and my colleagues that make it a great place for people to come in and receive the services that they need. I'm very surprised and shocked. This means so much to me, but really I think this does go to all of Children's because it's not me. We can't work in silos. It really is the community and the team that have wrapped around children to make Shasta County an amazing place for children to receive mental health services. So thank you to everybody that I work with, my colleagues, Crystal. We have been together since 2010, working together. So thank you, everybody. Again, my family, we have a lot of on-call. My mom is here. Whenever I had a call or something, she would come and help me with my son. And so, everyone has been amazing. Laura, thank you for being my mentor in this. I appreciate you so much. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Come on down, Bruce.
We're going to have the board come down, and we're going to get a picture with the Employee of the Year.
I wanted to say something. I guess I
Rest-
can.
rest.
Okay.
Make us look pretty. Look, right. Looks like one more. Very good.
Congratulations.
So, Chair Barrow, I'm going to just make a few comments before everyone sits down. I just want to thank Stacy for her. This is an extreme honor to be singled out as the Employee of the Year, and I want to say that the work that you do is so important. My sister had a career similar to yours, and molding and shaping the 0 to 5 population is so important. It's just that's the foundation of a good life for a child. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I want to take this opportunity right now for all the employees from Shasta County that are listening to this meeting. I want to thank all of you so very much for the work that you do day in and day out to keep our county functioning. I want you to know how much I appreciate your hard work and your effort. So thank you. And with that, have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Supervisor. Well done. Supervisor Garman.
Just want to say again, congratulations. And working with the kids and the mental health is, I don't know if there's a better job you could have than that. Really, that's just it's a special person to do that. Pursuing your schooling with that is just, it's a huge service to Shasta County. And it's no wonder you're Employee of the Year. It's awesome. So thank you so much. Mr. Rodriguez, you may have to help her get her goodies off there and to the car. So thank you again and congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah. Folks, we're going to move on to item number R4, adopt a proclamation which designates December 15 as Bill of Rights Day in Shasta County, as requested by the local chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. This wasn't on the, didn't make it on the agenda, but this is sponsored by Supervisor Rickard, and she'll make the presentation. Please feel free to move ahead, Supervisor,
Sure.
whatever order you'd like to.
I'm just going to go ahead and read the proclamation. First, the Shasta County Board of Supervisors Proclamation, Bill of Rights Day, December 15th, 2022. Whereas the first 10 amendments to the Constitution of the United States of America, known collectively as the Bill of Rights, were ratified on December 15th, 1791, and whereas several of the original states refused to ratify the Constitution without an express Bill of Rights, and whereas the Declaration of Independent states, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are empowered by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, whereas to preserve the rights and freedoms secured by the Bill of Rights, our forefathers and hundreds of thousands of men and women serving in the police agencies and the armed forces of the United States have sacrificed, suffered, and died. And whereas the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Bill of Rights deserve perennial celebrations, and the sacrifices made to protect the Bill of Rights deserve eternal remembrance. And whereas to commemorate the Bill of Rights with a special day would honor the fundamental rights it enshrines and the sacrifices made to create and preserve these rights, and would proclaim these rights to the citizens of this county, to this nation, and to the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Shasta hereby proclaims December 15th, 2022 as Bill of Rights Day in Shasta County, and encourages all government agencies to observe Bill of Rights Day in a manner which brings to mind the meaning and importance of each of the 10 articles contained in that bill. Signed by Les Baugh, Chair, December 13th, I guess you signed it a couple days ago, 2022. So with that, I'm going to present the proclamation.
Make a motion.
Supervisor, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
There we go. Is there a second?
Second.
Tim?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Here you go.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, and we'll have you speak in just a moment.
Keep us all on task here.
No, just stay right here. We're going to read something. Do it right now, Stephanie. All right. So we have a script that we're going to read out loud. It's the Bill of Rights, and I'll start off. Amendment 1, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Do I hand it down? Okay. So
This next one I kind of like. The Second Amendment.
You would.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
We'll all say amen to that. Amendment 3, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Amendment 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath of affirmation and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
Thank you, sir. Amendment 5, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on the presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process or law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without compensation. So I'll just hand it back to you and work back down.
You should go twice, though.
I'm sorry?
You should go twice.
Oh, I can go twice if you want. Tim, whatever you want, man.
And we practiced this in advance.
I'm here for you can tell. Okay, Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Supervisor.
What are we on? Amendment 7. It suits a common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20. The right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Amendment 10, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. I guess that's it.
Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors. It's an honor and privilege to be here today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Rickard, for this really beautiful proclamation. I'll just take a second to mention my name is Kate Tully. I am the regent for the Daughters of the American Revolution, and I have gray hair. And when you get to this portion of your life, I think it's important to take a look at what you can give back to your community. Because even though you may be old, you may be loaded with experience, which you can't just buy off the street. I want to say that there was just tremendous contention in the formation of this country over the Bill of Rights. You should read some of that. A little different than the Board of Supervisors by, exponential. So it took about 100 years for the Daughters of the American Revolution to get formed. And we were formed in 1890, and it was because there were so many men's organizations that were patriotic, but the women were not represented. And so this was a time that was marked by a revival in patriotism. And so when I speak about the men's groups, for example, you may not know that 15 American presidents have been Masons. Kind of interesting. That's a different slant. But I want to say that one of the things that Washington said was to promote as an object of primary importance institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge, thus developing an enlightened public opinion. The three things that the DAR really looks at is historical and educational. We're a service organization. So we are not political and we are not religious. We respect all religious traditions and we want a diversity. There are many Native American people and African American people who fought in the Revolutionary War, and sometimes people don't realize that. So here in Shasta County, we have a wonderful group of ladies, Daughters of the American Revolution, and we interact and support veterans organizations. For example, this weekend we're helping with laying the wreaths for heroes out at IGO. So there's a lot that we do for education, scholarships, and so forth. One of the passions that many of us have is for the history that your ancestors have participated in. And the thing that strikes me, and one of the kind of almost intangible feelings I have here today, but feel very passionate about myself, is we need to take a look at how we can heal the collective unconscious. when I was sitting at my television last summer eating cherries and watching people get blown up in the Ukraine, it was just, how can we give in such a time? And you give individually, and you give through the things that matter to you most. So looking at your own history, I think gives you a better understanding and perhaps an appreciation for all the differences that your ancestors had. They were all immigrants, principally. They all came from different countries that had been at war and been friendly and been at war and so forth. But I know you've had a long morning already, but if any of you gals out there are interested in the Daughters of the American Revolution, please get on the web and you will find our chapter. And I'll just say this, we are the Major Pearson B. Reading, R-E-A-D-I-N-G, chapter 100 of Shasta County. And that man, you wouldn't be sitting here probably without a lot of stuff that Major Pearson B. Reading did. So come and learn about your ancestors, find community and friendship, and ways that you can be a service in your community. Thank you all very much for your service and the words you've shared today. And I'm in District 1, and I voted for Kevin anyway. So thanks for being here, folks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Would anybody like to address item number R4 on the agenda today? We'll go ahead and move on to item number R5. Recognize Charles and Judy Manure for their many years of service toward improving the health and well-being of Shasta County residents. And this is also sponsored by Supervisor Rickert. Supervisor. Charles, Judy, just come on up.
Okay. I was going to ask both of you to come forward. I want to introduce Charlie and Judy Manure, for those of you who don't know them. They've played a huge part in Shasta County over the years, and I think it's appropriate that we honor them today. And so I asked if I could do this at the board level. I'll talk about Judy first. She's been on the Public Health Advisory Board, served since 2018, and she was chair during very difficult times, April 2020 through March 2022. She served on many interview panels, hiring panels for the board. When I asked for a few comments from the department, they described her as collaborative, outspoken, insightful, extremely dedicated to her role on the board. So, Judy, you've done amazing things during amazing times, and I just wanted to be sure we recognize you as from the community. Charlie, you've served on the Mental Health, Alcohol, Drug Advisory Board since 2011, which is the year I stepped off. So I just want to thank you for your service. You were vice chair in 2014 and chair in 2018 and 2019, and I know how much energy and commitment you put forth in this board. Last night I got an email from a friend who was reading the board agenda and was so pleased that you two were going to be honored here today. She made the comment that she wouldn't be where she is today without the support and encouragement of both of you. And I know there are hundreds and hundreds of people that could say that about you and your impact on children during your careers in the education field. And we have much to be indebted to. I can't say enough good words and kind words about your contribution to this community and how you've made it a better place. Our most important resource is our children. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of the board. And we have just this plaque that I just wanted to make sure that the community is aware of your contributions, and we want to say thank you. And would you like to say something? Judy, you want to go first?
Sure. Supervisor, as they're coming forward, if I can get you to put that in the form of a motion.
Oh, yes. Do I have to speak here?
You can use whatever.
Well, I can do this. I'd like to
move
that we... what is that called? Resolution or?
Just move approval.
Approval of a certificate of recognition. I knew it had a special name.
I will second that.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All in agreement signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you.
Come on up to the microphone and
Okay.
we'll get you right up there. We'll get you on the camera as well. Yeah, I know.
Where's the camera?
It's right up there. It's the eye in the sky.
I thank you very much for the recognition. Mary, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's very kind of you. There's a lot of people, I'm sure, that would deserve it more than I would. Charlie has been so active in the county and things that have happened for many, many years. And I would like to thank Robin Schurig, the head of the Public Health Division, who has done a tremendous job, and I enjoy working with her tremendously. But I'd also, just like a little side, I'd like to thank my mother-in-law, who passed away many years ago. But she had a tremendous influence on my life, as well as having an influence on Charlie's life, of course. But her message always to us was to not be a human being, to be a human doer. And so we know that societies cannot be whole and be everything that they need to be without volunteers and people to help. And so I'm on 3 different boards right now, and Charlie's been on many, many boards throughout Shasta County, and we've enjoyed our work, enjoyed our participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Charlie, come on up.
Well, nothing more to add to what Judy said, but it's certainly an honor to be recognized by Mary and all the good work that she has done over the years. So she's been a model for us all, and thank you, Board, for this recognition.
Thank you. So for Charlie and Judy, folks. Is there anyone who would like to address the board regarding this agendized item? We'll go ahead and move forward. Not for this item, though. Oh, us. Oh, you guys. Supervisor Clementi.
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to thank both of you. Your level of service to this community is without measure, and I can certainly say it's been an inspiration for me to serve here and to serve on the many boards that I currently serve on. And so much so, Charlie, specifically for you, I have such a high regard for you that I'm willing to openly dismiss the fact that you're a Dodger fan.
Supervisor Garvin, please.
Yes, Charles, Judy, thank you. When our community gets involved and volunteers, it makes our county a better place. It makes any community a better place. So thank you for all you've done over the years in our community. We are better for it. And I wish you wouldn't have mentioned the Dodgers fan. That kind of threw me off there. But I guess, Charles, I'll follow Joe and say, we'll forgive you for that. But what I will say is, Judy, I love the jacket. So there you go. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public comment, open time. We have a list of folks that have already filled out cards to speak, so we'll take them in order. I'll list the current and the next one to follow, so you can just kind of get in queue over here. Next will be Dwayne Green, to be followed by Margaret Hanson, please. Dwayne, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Ball. Good morning, Vice Chairman Jones. Good morning, Supervisor Rickert. Good morning, Supervisor Garment. Good morning, Supervisor Clemente. Good morning, Mr. Minturn, and good morning, Mr. Cruz. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to recognize the upcoming retirement of Mrs. Fawn Saturn. Fawn began her career with Shasta County in June 15th, 1997, and spent 3 years as a continuing eligibility worker. Then she transitioned welfare to work as an employment and training worker. Then as an employment and training worker lead, and then promoted to a training supervisor. In her 12 years with CalWorks, she spent time revamping processes. One process that had positive impact on our community and of which she is most proud of is the STEPS classes that engage clients in job searching. She was promoted to program manager in 2016 over the direct service division at our regional offices, playing a crucial role in providing steady leadership in many of the disasters and crises our agency has faced and county has faced through the car fire all the way through the pandemic. Just knowing our program managers are extremely hardworking in their time. And of course, when they have to work over staffing shortages, they still matter to deliver world-class services to our clients. And I want to thank Fawn for that. And also, we have a certificate of recognition from the Board of Supervisors, Mrs. Fonse Turn, Health and Human Services Agency Program Manager, is hereby recognized and congratulated on their retirement after more than 25 years of outstanding and dedicated service to Shasta County, presented on this 13th day of December 2022. Chairman Baugh, Vice Chairman Jones, Supervisor Rickard, Supervisor Clemente, and Supervisor Garment. If I could have Fawn and her family come up, please.
Come on down.
So I just want to say that it's been an honor and privilege to be able to work with the Economic Mobility team and to see the kindness that they extend to their coworkers and customers. I have learned so much through my 25 plus years with the county, and I am very grateful to have been able to serve the county. I was on the program myself over 30 years ago for a short period of time. And although the services back then wasn't as extensive as it is today, the program did help me pay for childcare while I went to training to get trained so I could become a gainfully employed. So you don't know how much that meant to me, and that has made a huge difference in my life. And so the hands up that I have received, and that's why I have dedicated almost 26 years to doing the same thing, giving the hands up to other people who need that. So it's an honor to be able to serve the community, and I appreciated the opportunity. I felt like, my own experience being on the program has made me a great manager, because I've always kept in mind what it felt like to be on the other side to receive it. So as we work through policy, procedures, regulations, I've always kept that in mind about the impact on the people that we are serving. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve the county of Shasta County and all of the residents within this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akron. And to stand by, we have a couple of comments. Supervisor Garman to be followed by Supervisor Rickard. Ms. Akron, just go ahead and stand by, and I'd like to address you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Garman.
Fawn, thank you for your 26 years of service to Shasta County. Congratulations, and you're going to leave some big shoes to fill. But I'm confident we'll find somebody there. But just again, thank you. And I liked hearing your story about how you got help from the program, because I think that's when somebody gets that emotional to it. It really, you love your job. When you love your job, you do your job well. And that's what brought you up to the positions you're at. So thank you so much. Enjoy the time with your family, and we'll miss you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rickard, please.
Yes, I never pass up an opportunity to thank one of our wonderful employees from Shasta County. And thank you for sharing your story. Your story was very touching, and it was such an example of how, by helping people, that ripple effect never ends. And so that's why it's so important. And I do think our own personal life experiences really make us better people. At the time, you may struggle, but in the long run, it makes you a better person, because it develops empathy and compassion for others and a real desire to help those that really need that help. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. It looks like you've got, is that
my grandbaby.
Your grandbaby. I think you retired just at the right time.
Yeah.
So enjoy that baby, because that's a special time to be a grandmother, trust me. So thank you, and good luck. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I'll add to that, thank you for your service. Enjoy your retirement, especially that beautiful little baby back there. Oh, man. Folks, can we just get you to encourage her one more time? Thank you, Mr. Green. Thank you so much. Next will be Margaret Hanson, to be followed by Steve Woodrum, please.
I have dressed for the occasion today, red, white, and blue.
And you look beautiful.
So, to begin, thank you all the supervisors for the job that you do. It's difficult. For Clemente, we might have butted heads, but you did it with class. Les Baugh, you're my hero too. You've been kind. You've listened to everybody speak. whether you agreed with them or not, and we have butted heads also.
See, it's not so.
Oh, yeah, I
Don't
haven't
tell your
always
mama
agreed
on
with
me.
you. I know, I won't tell my mom. For the guys who are coming on board, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for going to places and learning about what you're going to be doing. I mean, I'm grateful for all of it. So hopefully this coming year is going to be one of getting the job done. I'll come up with a list later. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. I was hoping you were going to bring your young 101-year-old mama
I know I asked
today. She said no?
Well,
What?
she's kind of resting, but yeah.
Well, you send a hello from the board, please. Thank you. Steve Woodrow to be followed by Stan Newts, please. I think Stan already addressed us, perhaps, so we'll let this one go. Followed, Cheyenne already addressed us. Darren, are you here again, or this was from prior? So you already got us? Okay, very good. So next one will be free. Oh, yeah, again? Okay, well, then you're next up in line after Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, County Board and staff. This is a good day for the United States of America. We have political differences. Nobody agrees. But we attempt to self-govern and take care of ourselves rather than get instructions from a dictator or somebody like that. And self-governing is not easy. We have to face each other with our disagreements and look for common ground. So I congratulate the two departing members, and I welcome the two new members. I hope in the next 4 years their service is good, they make wise decisions, they listen to everybody, their supporters, and the people that maybe had doubts for them. This is how we govern in this nation. We govern by the vote. And that's what I want to talk about specifically. I was a precinct poll worker for 16 years. And during a presidential election, the longest a person would have to wait in line was maybe 15 minutes. If you came in the middle of the afternoon, you didn't even have to wait at all. You just came in, got your ballot, and voted. That was a presidential election. We sometimes take it for granted, and we think, well, if it's that easy, why do we need all of those things like vote by mail or drop-off ballots or a provision to take care of problem ballots? That just makes the situation more complex. We don't need any improvements like that. Well, maybe in Shasta County we don't, because we're a small county, we cooperate, and we have a good elections office. But there was just an election for senator in Georgia just a couple of weeks ago maybe. People had to stand in line outside in cold weather for 3 hours to have their right to vote. Now, let's say you have a medical issue. You're a diabetic. Who wants to stand in line for 3 hours? The Reverend over here talked about social problems, people scrabbling together with 2 or 3 jobs. Maybe you wouldn't have time to stand in line for 3 hours to vote. So you just give up on your vote. We don't have to worry about that in California and in Shasta County because of the laws we have and because of the good elections office we have. Kathy Darling Allen does an outstanding job. When we all stood to take the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, the final words were liberty and justice for all. If we can vote with just a 15-minute delay and other people in this nation have to wait 2 to 3 hours to vote, do we really have liberty and justice for all? Those are words we to aspire to. In Shasta County, in our elections, we can achieve it. We should be grateful and acknowledge what our county office, election office, does for us. Again, we've got 4 more years. We self-govern. Let's try and do it. Do it well. We're the only country that really does it at this level, to this degree of success. Let's keep it up.
Thank you, Steve. Well done as always. Darren, to be followed by Freedom, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on what he just said. We look at many of our younger generation that's coming up, and I can say this from experience with my own and several others that I know. they have learned from us that their vote does not count. They don't even want to bother voting because they've learned that, hey, what difference does it make? After being in this country for as many years as I was as an immigrant and a naturalized citizen, and now being a citizen, I can see the difference that it does make. If we give up our right to vote, then we as a people give up our right to be part of the rule. And that's a sad thing that's happening. We need to put on the agendas more towards the youth coming up and the younger generations. Because if we don't, we're headed towards a socialist agenda that cannot be taken back. It's best said once by a man, I can't even remember who it was. Socialism can be voted in, but it can only be taken out by blood.
Thank you, Pastor. Freedom, and is Monique still in the room?
I think she left.
Okay. To be followed by Kate English, please.
Morning, board.
Welcome.
Well, first, I'd like to pray for you.
Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, I lift up this board of supervisors and those that would be coming in to be taking the torch and moving it on for these that have just given their civil duties to help take care of our community and to do it in the best way possible. I ask that you just place the wisdom and the discernment upon the new incoming people to take these seats so that they can bring your will and what's best for this community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
First of all, Joe Clemente, I know we have not agreed on many things, but I thank you for your service. And I hope that things go well with your new nonprofit. And Les, I just thank you for everything that you've given to this community, standing up when you knew that you had all kinds of people against you, and sometimes even me. And I know that there's been many a Sunday where I didn't even want to talk to you. But I still love you, and we can agree to disagree on many a thing. And I just hope that your retirement from this seat goes well, and look forward to future sermons that won't have any kind of disgruntled behind them.
Oh, you never know.
But and Kevin and Chris, thank you guys for stepping up to the plate. Looks like they may have gone to celebrate already.
There you go.
But just thank you all. I do want to also say that on that note, and the voting that got brought up, I still have not been able to return to my poll working position due to the fact that I wrote a statement that I did not agree with how Kathy Darling had done things, and so that has been held against me to be able to be a poll worker. So hopefully that is something that can be dealt with, because our political standing should not stand in the way of us doing our civic duty that we are allotted. Also, I'd like to bring up the fact that the sheriff's response in situations that have arose over the past week, and waiting for 3 hours, and 45 minutes of that was after a firearm had been pulled. I'm hoping that he will step up and take his position more seriously, as it is unacceptable for that kind of thing to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Freedom. Kate, to be followed by Lori Bridgeford, please.
Good morning. My name is Kate English, and I'm Assistant Project Coordinator for Upstate California Film Commission. And so I brought you in our latest quarterly report just because we love to keep you up to date on what is happening around here. So I'll read some of the info from it. You all have a copy, so you can reference that later. But this is the quarterly report from July to September 2022. So for the key metrics for this quarter is that we hosted scouts for 4 scouts for commercials and 1 for an indie film. Hosted productions, we hosted 11 productions, 8 commercials, 1 reality TV show, and 1 indie feature film. So combined, these productions hired 73 locals and had 14 days, shoot days. There was 1 permit issued and an estimate economic impact of $126,000 for that one. We currently have 21 pending projects on schedule for 2022-2023, which is super exciting to see people coming in to work on things. And now we have a new website that's an umbrella for all of the different film commission, the communities that we represent. So it's upstatecafilm.com, because we have Film Shasta, Film Tehama, and Film Yuba and Sutter that we're helping people come into, find locations, find resources to be able to bring all of that film money back into the communities as they come and stay in local hotels and eat in local restaurants and things like that. So we are quickly approaching the $3 million mark in local economic impact from when the Film Commission was established in 2014. So that is amazing. It's quickly building up as we are able to get the news out about the locations we have and the amazing resources we have for people to come do projects here. We were able to get an ad in the Destination Film Guide, which is beautiful, all about California and where you should film in California. We have a great ad in there with local spots that we have highlighted. And then we are restarting our local incentive program. So people who come and film here and stay in local hotels, eat in local restaurants, get an incentive to get rebates back, which is an amazing thing and something that had been established and now is restarting for this next year, which is amazing. We had a indie film that filmed here, showed in some film festivals down in Southern California and has won some awards. And there was also a horror film that filmed in Dunsmuir that had employed people from here too, that has won certain awards. So just amazingly fun to see people discover Shasta County specifically, but all of upstate California, to be able to come and make beautiful art here and just have our state and especially our county be seen. So thank you so much. Have a good day.
I have a quick question.
Supervisor.
Yes. I just was curious, being in California, do you think that it limits our ability to market our particular area because of more regulations? Is it more expensive for people to film in California? Because I think, you hear anecdotally that people go to other states.
Yeah, and the governor has actually put into place a couple tax acts that people are getting more incentives back because, they get more tax breaks if they go to different states.
Sure.
And so there's been things putting into place. Governor Newsom has done some things specifically for film so that it's becoming easier to film here. Yeah, so our local incentives are great for that, but state incentives are happening too to keep people in the state. Yeah.
Well, very good. That's good news because we do have so many beautiful natural resources in Shasta County. We just need to continue to market them, and hopefully I was able to be on the set when they filmed, it was quite a while ago, aging myself, Almost Heroes with Chris Farley and Matthew Perry and Vanessa Williams. And so it's just too bad that we don't have more of those kinds of opportunities.
Yeah, and that's what the Film Commission is really trying to do, that and get the word out and just coordinate with people as they're coming in. So we're hosting scouts in the springtime to just show off our area and things like that. So it's exciting. I'm working on a Western because we want to get a Western here. Thanks.
Well, I've got a few cows if you need those as extras.
And I'll take the time, Kate, to recognize local filmmaker Rene Perez. He just completed his 30th movie. The vast majority of those have been filmed in Shasta County and the surrounding areas. If you watch any of his movies through Redbox, you will see familiar sights in absolutely every movie. And many of his actors were actually in the room earlier. So I've recognized several faces that have been on those horses. Were you ever on one of his horses? Because if so, I want to get the job of shooting you off that horse in the cowboy movie or something. Anyway, thank you so much for taking the time to visit with us. So, Lori Bridgeford is going to be followed by Nelda Johnson, please.
Good morning. Yeah, Red, White, and Blueprint picked up on the Western theme as well, so there's a lot of talent. Lori, District 4, I volunteer as Shasta County citizen journalist, and we have all seen the national news, international news with crime and malfeasance continuing to be exposed, revealed, and it's happening here in our county as well. So Shasta County today welcomes two new individuals, Chris Kellstrom and Kevin Cry. It's like giving the car keys to the next person, taking turns, and I hope, Les, that you get some time off, and Joe as well. I don't even know how people could have managed just the last 2 years of what was going on. It was just completely very frustrating and chaotic. I would suggest, I think other people have before too, that we do have some term limits as a way to maybe assure a decrease in conflict of interest or other nefarious matters. There's a common question that is posed is, what's the point of a constitution if we all need to do is watch people violate it, whether it's the governors, senators, the president, whatever's going on. So to constantly keep declaring a state of emergency is going to be another issue. It's not going to go away. They discovered how well that works by inducing fear. That was mentioned earlier. So we are going to have to break away with Governor Newsom at times and his abuse and ruin. And that's not disobeying the law. If they mandate or tell us or force us or shake their finger, that's a whole different matter. One thing citizen journalists have done is to procure some yellow crime scene tape. I know there's a supply shortage, but we have a gigantic roll. We've already used this crime scene tape December 3rd downtown at the voter registration office. I hope we don't have to use it again. I hope people start to wake up and realize we are tracking, we have a hotline tip line, and this is not going to be tolerable for this county to keep looking away or having friendly little deals and all the rest. So one proposal I have is that public health, and this is why I keep bringing up public health, is we need to have a local vaccine injury site and a phone number. The National VAERS does not work. It's low reporting. We know a lot of people have trusted and they were duped and swindled by this con of this emergency use safe and effective. That's illegal according to the FDA. You cannot call an emergency use product safe and effective, and this has been an issue. So what I did back in summer, I picked up this little tiny rodent wheel, whatever, and we do have some challenges and wins. It started with Leonard, then Karen, Donnell, Carrie, they're no longer with the public health. Roxanne has left. Matt Pontus is no longer here. Kathy Darling and some of the ROV office, you're on our watch list. Sheriff, Coroner, the DA. Eric, you're on the list. Eric M. And Council, Judy Flores with the SCOE and the gender fluid. Those are all issues. So, yeah, the wheel's going too fast and people are falling off, falling away. Maybe it's time they go. I don't know. But I'm just concerned in closing with these issues of, that's my wheel of misfortune. The nursing shortage that we have isn't going to go away. Turbo cancers. These are the fast, sudden, rare, aggressive cancers that have been happening since this COVID-19 jab. And the triple-demic. This is the media frenzy about the next pathogen, lab virus, what do they call it? COVID, the flu, and the RSV. I will be back as much as I can, even though I'm working overtime with hospice, far more sick people. I'm working a graveyard shift at a group home, again, ill people. So I'm going to try to be here. I wish you would have some night meetings, as I've asked before, and consider moving to a Wednesday so that it doesn't interfere with people that want to go to City Council on Tuesdays. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Nelda Johnson, to be followed by Ron Epperson, please. Is Nelda here? Ron, are you here? Very good. Ron to be followed by Robert, please.
I usually have notes for what I'm going to say, but I probably couldn't read them anyway. So if I'm overcome with brain fog, please forgive me.
You're just fine. Welcome.
The first thing I want to say is my heart really is encouraged by the fact that we have elected a group of people who are professing Christians to lead this country. It reminds me of the Mayflower Compact, where it says, we formed this, we established this land for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith. There are a faction in this country that are dedicated to destroying our Christian republic. It is up to us Christians to stand our ground and maintain our faith. Now back to what I was going to say and about the subject at hand. I've been a member of Shasta Growers Association for over 40 years. I joined the second year of its establishment. there has been nobody with longer term of membership than myself and my wife, my family. My wife is not able to be here today, but I'm here to represent her also, and I'm sure many of you are more familiar with her than you are of me, because she's been market manager for the Shasta Growers Association for many years now. The problem I have is with the county Agriculture Commission. In their increasing our fees, more than doubling our fees for our grower certificates and the other forms that we have to fill out. If they were to double their fees, do you think that we can double the price we charge for our produce? We'd run the customers off. So I ask you, if we're going to make any changes to the fees paid, it'll only be increased by whatever the inflation rate is. If we have 6% inflation, they increase their fees by 6%, not doubling their fees, because we can't afford that kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Epperson. Ron, to be followed by Dolores, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I just want to say a couple of things to the outgoing supervisors. Joe, we've not always agreed on everything, but I appreciate you as having been a model of civility and decorum. I've often spoke of that over the last 2 years, sometimes to the jeers of my fellow conservatives, but you were always say, I have footage of you, let him speak, and Chair Baugh, the same thing. We don't always have to agree on everything, but we have to be civil and allow each other the opportunity to speak and to express ourselves in a way that is proper and gentlemanly. And I appreciate that about you, Joe. And I wish you well in your future endeavors. And last, I want to say thank you, especially. We've not always disagreed as well, but I do appreciate that we're more in alignment than we're not. And what I appreciate you most about through these 2 years is that you stood up for life. You stood up for life against our current death commander, Governor Newsom, and you set the example with Supervisors Garman and Supervisor Jones to stand up for those who can't defend themselves. And for that, you'll always have my eternal gratitude. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Dolores Lucero, please. And that's the last advance request card I have. If anybody else would like to address the board during our open comment time, just come over here and get in queue, and we'll recognize you. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Dolores Lucero, City of Shasta Lake, District 4. First, I like to say I want to thank God. That's what we should be thanking for, number one. I thank God that Joe Clemente and Les Baugh is no longer going to be on the board, because we needed this change because the way our country's going. So now that we're going to have new Board of Supervisors, we need to continue to drain the swamp by removing elected officials who continue to abuse the law in Shasta County. our answer to our problems is Measure A. Measure A, which is this. It passed in Los Angeles, California. I was there when the election took place. We need to pass Measure A. Measure A will give the power to the new Board of Supervisors to remove any elected official, including the sheriffs. We need a constitution, a real constitution sheriff in our county to basically defend the people and to protect the people. And if you also want to have your rights to conceal, to carry, we need a real constitution sheriff. And that is our answer, Measure A. With Measure A, we could also remove the district attorney, including Kathy Darling. And those three people need to be removed. If we want to continue to fight and clean our county and withhold the laws, because we have so many public officials, they abuse the laws and continue to use laws against the people, and they go after good people. So we need to find time to how to remove these officials. This Measure A will do it. Like I said, it passed in Los Angeles. Color of law is a violation. Abuse of power. And I have the ordinance here where it goes into details how, and every details, what laws it's prohibited for any public official to break. And they have enough grounds to remove them. And then they have to serve any public official a letter saying that they need to have a reason why they're breaking the law. In other words, they have to have a reason to defend themselves. But nobody should abuse any laws or think they're above the law. And that's what we have in Shasta County for years. So Measure A, we need to focus. The people need to focus to get this Measure A on the board. Thank you.
Next, please. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
You discovered the button too.
Yeah, I found out a while ago. Haven't used it in a while, but wasn't going to speak. But after hearing Joe, hi Joe, you made a few comments in your parting remarks that I guess that's our basic disagreement, and it's where the jurisdiction of the county actually ends, and it seems that your feelings that it ends right here in this county, in this room. Then I took another look at the oath of office here, where we swear to solemnly support and defend the Constitution, to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. Well, it's pretty difficult for us to run up to Washington or go to Sacramento to air our grievances when we hear something unconstitutional come down right in our face in this county. I believe what this oath says and suggests that our leaders should have the wisdom to recognize when that Constitution is being violated, and a lot of the things that we've seen that come down from the state and the national stage is a violation of the Constitution. We've got to be able to recognize if these things that come down, like mandates or even laws that are truly unconstitutional, we've got to face it, we've got to talk about it and see what we can do about it on the local level. That's your duty based on this oath of office. And like I said, we can't run to Sacramento or Washington, D.C. This is our platform. As citizens, we look to you. You're the most powerful people that we have that we can come in and speak to face to face. So we've got to resist the unconstitutionality when things come down here, and we know what they are. The Constitution isn't that thick. All the rules of man seem to have expanded it. There's so much legal jargon that it gets lost, but it's pretty clear. It's pretty, we can all understand it. Just take that little booklet out and look at it. Because the process that we have now is a mandate is dumped on us. A law is made, and they just go ahead and do it, even though they already know that it's unconstitutional, but they sit and they present it and they wait for the courts to correct it. And if we sit here and let the courts correct every injustice when it comes to the Constitution, we're going to be waiting forever because it takes forever. We don't have the time. Joe, you made a comment that it's going to take generations to correct some of these problems. And we don't have generations to fix it. Things are going downhill really, really fast. We've got to hold the ground right here. And I'd like to have everybody take one more look at that oath of office and see how far it actually goes and follow through with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. My name is Mary Occasion, and I want to discuss the idea of you continuing to supplement with taxpayer dollars the agriculture department issue, where they have two certificates that they issue to. One is to ag producers and one is to the farmers markets. So my husband and I'm Mary Occasion. My husband and I own Churn Creek Meadow Organic Farm in Churn Creek Bottom. And it's our understanding that the Ag Commissioner has recommended that the fee remain at $20 for the certificate, which allows producers to sell their produce at the certified farmers market, and also to have a $50 fee for the farmers market to continue as a certified farmers market. We are in agreement with this, and we just wanted you to know we've been certified producers for 19 years here in Shasta County. We need the certificate not only to participate in the certified farmers market, but to participate as a certified organic grower, because you need that to go to the next step, which is certified by the California Food and Ag Department, and then on to our certifier, which is CCOF. Our farm liability carrier also looks at it because they want to know what are we growing. And we've always learned from the Ag Department person who comes to our farm. They look around and they'll give us little hints about things at times with what other growers are doing. We've had many challenges in agriculture. 2022 was probably the hardest for us, honestly, because of the drought, not knowing how much water our well was going to supply for us, and are we going to go dry, and then also that frost in April, which wiped out all of our perennials. Gone. Everything that we grew had to come from the ground, and luckily hadn't been planted yet or was well covered in that April frost. And so we do recommend that you adopt what the Ag Commissioner has asked you to do. Growing fresh produce for our customers is very much appreciated, not only by us, but for the customers. They want to have local produce, and this is the way to get it, keeping our costs low. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mary for coming forward. As a CCOF member myself, and I've gone through lots of organic inspections, I can appreciate the hard work that these people put into their produce. I understand what it is to be in agriculture. I understand, we don't feel like we're soul sisters here, but I understand how Mother Nature really impacts so much of what happens to us when we're trying to produce a product. Yesterday at this time, I was out feeding cows in the snow. So it's hard work, it's rewarding work, and I wouldn't trade it for any other work in the world. But people need to appreciate how hard all of you do work. And we, like I say, have sold it in farmers markets since the 90s. And so it's really important that people have access to local products. And I just want to thank all of you for all your efforts. And I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, please.
My name's Tom Reams. I'm with the Shasta Growers Association. And I just wanted to give you a little idea of the quality of the produce that we produce. by telling you about another vendor at the market that he's an expert at growing melons and tomatoes. So he cuts off the water to the melons just before they're ready to go to market, which increases the sugar content. And when he comes to market and opens his van, it smells like melon perfume all over the whole market. When you go to the grocery store, you don't get that smell. Those melons have been picked too green. They've been shipped too far for too long. And so now this guy I'm telling you about, he's 78 years old, and he has aches and pains. I have to give him a pep talk every year to get him to plant and do it all over again. And he'd rather sit in his recliner. But he knows there's a rule called the use it or lose it rule. If you don't get out of your recliner, you're going to not be able to get out of your recliner. So he's out there every year growing this spectacular produce, and he sells out real quick because it's no secret that his tomatoes and melons are way better than anything you can buy at the grocery store. So, and I know you guys have a hard job. Everybody wants a subsidy from the county, no matter what their issue is. And, you know, you have to remember, there's a rule of thumb. Whatever you subsidize, you get more of. So if you subsidize produce and farmers market, you'll get more wholesome produce, which people in our county need. I was watching Dr. Civil Air talking about all the obese people in our county. For some reason, you can discuss that, why that happens, but we need good, wholesome food. And other things you subsidize you probably don't want, but anyway. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I just want to give you an idea of what the value of the farmer's market is.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else like to address the board during our open time? All right. Thank you all for participating. Seeing that we've completed open time, we'll move to our consent calendar. Items that are on consent are usually considered to be items that we can approve in a single motion, but the board or staff may pull any of these routine items off the agenda for individual consideration. I understand there's one correction to consent.
Correct, Chair. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board, Stephanie Blankenship. This item is in regards to item C7. This is an appointment in lieu of election. 8 qualified applicants for Special District Board of Director seats where no candidate filed a declaration of candidacy. The correction is actually on the staff report in the discussion section. The sentence beginning on line 9 reads as follows. Each office will serve a term of 4 years from December 2nd, 2022 through December 5th, 2026. The correction is that there is a typo. It should be December 4th, 2026.
Very
and that
good.
is all.
Everyone okay with that correction? Are there any items to be pulled from consent? I don't have any requests in advance.
Not that I am aware of.
We have one other correction. District on C17 should be District 3, not District 4.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickert.
Very good. So we've got 2 corrections. Anyone from the board want to pull anything from consent? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
I just want to comment on a couple
Please,
of
please do.
items. Yes, I always love reading these. These are so fascinating to me. One thing on C9, resource management is working on trying to solve some problems by adopting a salary resolution for a building division manager. And if you read the entire discussion, it's basically to better serve the needs of our public. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciated C12 and the leadership skills that Miguel's working on to try and improve within the Health and Human Services Agency. And I really liked C14, and thanks to the Asphalt Cowboys for a donation of a trailer to help with marijuana eradication. So a lot of people don't take the time to read the consent items, but there's a lot of really interesting and very valuable information in those consent items on that agenda.
Would you like to include a motion with those comments?
Yes, I'd love to make the motion to pass consent items, yes.
We have a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Very large consent calendar to end our year. I'll give a shout out to all of the amazing support staff that has put the work into that. Folks, we're going to move on to our regular consent calendar now, which brings us to item number R6. Before we hear that, though, I'm going to ask of staff, Board, we have to we have scheduled our closed session because we need some comment from legal counsel today that can only be available at noon sharp. Is there anything on this board, Stephanie, on this agenda that perhaps they won't be here for closed session? We could let any closed session participant wait on the rest of this agenda. Maybe there's somebody in here that is here now, and we could take them. I don't know if you.
And it's to my knowledge, and I'm sure Acting CEO Pat Minturn can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is my understanding that item R14 on closed session is the one that has the time specification for noon. The others could possibly go after if we wanted to do that at noon and then come back, hear the rest of the agenda, and take the rest of the closed session after that.
Okay, so do you want to, are you suggesting we talk about I-14 now? Or pardon me, you're not talking about, pardon me, I meant on our regular calendar except for consent. Is there anybody waiting in the room that will have to come back that isn't scheduled to be a part of closed session? That's what I was looking for.
Besides
My apologies.
the staff that are here that can come back, no outside organization.
Okay, so we're good to take it in order then. In that case, we'll take it right in the same order. Thanks for your help. Item number R6, take the following actions. Receive an update from the Acting County Executive Officer on county issues and consider action on specific legislation related to Shasta County legislative platform and receive supervisors' reports on county-wide issues. After Mr. Minturn, Supervisor Clemente, if you would, well, never mind. Supervisor Garman, if you would follow. Mr. Minturn.
Chair Baugh, members of the board, Pat Minturn, Acting CEO. The legislature did convene last week. There were about 150 bills that were introduced, a lot in there, a lot of partisan stuff. You don't know what will really become of it. And new bills can be introduced through this week. So we will keep an eye on that. In terms of state revenues, their monthly update for what happened in November has come out now, and they're down another $1 billion. For a total shortfall of approximately projected for about $25 billion for next fiscal year. So the governor has come out with some guidelines for the next budget, and it's basically a status quo budget with no real explanation where the $25 billion might come from. One interesting thing is that California went to a pass-through tax exemption program a year ago, which was a good thing. It avoids double taxation where a company earns, say, $1 million and then passes that through to the owner. The company pays a tax and then the owner pays a tax. This consolidated that, but the way it affected revenues wasn't quite what was expected. It was anticipated that about $14 billion was passed through, and half of that would be claimed immediately. Instead, only about, actually it was anticipated that half of it would be claimed, and virtually none of it was claimed. So the net effect is that about $14 billion of revenue was accelerated into the current fiscal year for the state, and that will be lost in future years. So the state is potentially digging a hole. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. That concludes my report.
I don't think it surprises anyone that the state is digging a hole. Supervisor Garman will be followed by Supervisor Clemente, please.
Okay, I'll jump in here. Last week, had 2 days of RCRC meetings, Wednesday and Thursday. I'll keep it short so we can keep this thing moving. Friday, I took the time to go over and visit the teen center right after school was out. And if you guys haven't had a chance to go in there, you should. It's really, really a neat place to see all the kids in there. It was very crowded, working together, getting along. Leadership was there. I met a lady, Donna Ellis, who's, well, she wouldn't give me her, I didn't ask for her age. You don't ask a lady for her age. But she did tell me she had great grandchildren who were teenagers. And she's in there volunteering with these teenagers. The program is working. And I just wanted to give a shout out to that whole entire department. Hoping they can get their occupancy rate raised here. They're waiting for an electrician to come in and finally certify the last thing so they can actually help more kids. But the teen center it's a good thing, you guys. I just wanted to make sure I brought that to public. today. CSAC committee meeting yesterday was very brief, luckily with that one. Had a care court webinar that was just crazy. As that's coming forward, we'll hear more about that. But one of the things is going to be compulsory and voluntary. So go figure. It's going to be a good navigation system for our staff to figure out how to deal with care court. But I wanted to give a big thank you to Sheriff Johnson, Code Enforcement, Adam Fiesler and his team, Paul Hellman as well there, CAL FIRE, Chief O'Hara. They all took part in a situation out in Happy Valley with the homeless campus last week that's been really getting bad out there. These people were cutting fences, stealing stuff out of people's garages. They did not have a care in the world. It's been a lot of efforts over the last few months with all of this to get it to where they got the right to go on the property and whatnot. 9 arrests were made that day. 4 people went to jail. It's a start, but it's just. The next day, there was a little bit of retaliation going on, it seemed like, but that ended up not really being the case. After talking to the residents, what had happened is most of the people who were in the encampment actually decided to leave because they were tired of being harassed by the code enforcement and whatnot. However, a different group of people come in and ransacked the place, stole whatever they could find that had any value to it. So now it's in the process of the residents in the neighborhood are trying to get a hold of the property owner who's out of the area. They want to go clean the property up themselves. That's what's going to be between them and the homeowner. There won't be anything to do with the county, but all the power to them if they can accomplish that, because they don't want it to come back to their neighborhood. It's just a battle. So I just wanted to just say thank you again, the sheriff and his team. They really made that day work, and can't thank them enough. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rickett, then Supervisor Jones, please.
Oh, you're just mixing it up today.
That's right.
Okay. So Saturday night, I attended our light parade in Fall River. That's always a big deal, a Christmas light parade. It had snowed, and then it rained, and it was just a mucky mess. But anyway, as usual in Fall River Valley, nobody gives up. We just keep powering through. So that was fun. We had to cancel a few events up there too because the weather was pretty serious over the weekend. I had participated in a conference call with Robert Bendorf and the sheriff yesterday, a discussion about potential pilot projects and how to deal with mental illness and people with substance abuse disorder in the jail. So I'm real excited about some potential ideas that are being floated. And Robert Bendorf is a consultant. He actually, some of us met him.
Is this senior or junior? This is senior, the one that participated with us on the panel? That's senior, thank you.
Yeah, senior. I don't know junior. So,
good
but anyway, it was a very good conversation. So I'll keep you posted as that continues. Yesterday, I met with a constituent in Castle over county road issues. That's never ending. District 3 is so big; I have lots of opportunities. One thing I wanted to talk about is I read an article here recently, and for those of you that might recall, in about 2017, 2018, Stephanie Bridget and I brought Sam Kianonis. He was a well-known journalist, reporter who had written a book called Dreamland, and it was about the opioid addiction in the United States and how it evolved. He's had an interview in an article, and he's basically sounding the alarm bells again that fentanyl and a new kind of variation of methamphetamine in the last couple of years has really taken hold in this country, and it's really something that is causing and creating even more homelessness, more crime than we've seen before. So I'm going to continue to sound the alarm system on this subject. I think it's really important that we as a community recognize it and that we do everything we can possibly to try and mitigate this and to educate our young people. So I'm just going to keep talking about that subject.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair Ball. On December 7th, in front of the courthouse right next to us, there was a Pearl Harbor remembrance. They've done that for many years. We no longer have any Pearl Harbor survivors, but their family was there. CEO Minturn was also there as well, paying our respects for remembering Pearl Harbor on December 7th. And then last Saturday we did the Preston Sharp fundraisers, Flowers and Flags, and it was a great event. We had a full crowd. We raised a considerable amount of money that will allow Preston, now soon to be an adult, to continue his efforts, and maybe that may be his lifelong passion. He's certainly done very well up to this point, and we will probably be doing annual fundraisers for him so that he can continue to honor veterans. So it was a great night, and that ends my reports, Chairman Bond.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. I'll mention just one item. I failed to recognize Stephanie Blankenship and your amazing crew during my thanks to the community and to all of the folks that we work with. I know I've done so publicly several times, but to you, John, and all those who aren't in the room, I just want to say thank you. You guys are amazing. For any supervisor, I kind of wanted the new supervisors to hear this, but I'll pass it on to them personally. The best thing that we can do is to look toward you guys to help and support us in our positions and kind of just cut through all the garbage. And you guys do such a great job. You do it with a smile on your face, and you're knowledgeable. Well, most of the time, John. No, I'm just you're just so knowledgeable, and you really help us. For me, and I've told Mr. Minturn this, and I'll tell you again just to pressure you to give her a raise over here. But this has been the best working relationship of all 4 terms as chairman for me. There has been no better crew than the current crew that exists in that support office today. So to Stephanie, if you pass that on to everyone, John, thank you very much.
Thank you,
I just really appreciate you guys. I can't tell you how much.
Thank you.
Made the job delightful. Actually enjoyed coming to work.
Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Folks, we're going to go on to item number R7, receive a presentation on the, did you want to get in there, Supervisor Joe?
I was just going to say.
Yeah, you just jump on in there.
I just want to say.
I'm trying to get out of here.
No, I get it. I totally get it. I just want to thank staff. I know you guys get maligned sometimes. There's this perception that, government workers don't do anything. And I can assure you, I've had a front row seat. You guys work very hard. Yeah. And you're very dedicated, and you're willing to do the things that the average person probably wouldn't in terms of care for people at risk and taking care of us, which can be a full-time job. So I just want to say, I want to say thank you to everyone. Mr. Minturn, thanks for stepping in when you did. Mr. Cruz, thanks for always remaining calm and poised and knowing the law so that we can make the most intelligent decisions that we can. And I want to thank each and every one of you. I know we haven't always agreed on things, but I've always tried to treat you respectfully, and I think you have done the same to me. And to me, that's how this process works. We can disagree, but we should always be kind to one another because it's a difficult job. So thank you, and once again, I thank the community for the opportunity to do this. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Committee.
Well,
Supervisor Rickert?
I can't go without saying thank you to staff. That's the one thing I shared with Kevin Cry yesterday. I said the important thing is to show up in the office as often as you can. Because I do try to be there almost every single day, even though I live 80 miles away. But it's important to get to know the staff. I learn so much from them, and they do the work. They're the ones that know what's going on a county level, and that's how I educate myself and really know what's going on. And I can't thank them enough. They're all very special people, and especially the CAO's office is a best group of kids you could ever possibly have. I keep calling them kids because I'm so much older than they are. But they all know how I feel about them because I tell them frequently. But thank you again. I can do this publicly now. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickert. I want to know, how do you like being called a kid, Pat Minturn? No, it's a compliment. It's a compliment. Yes, it is.
I'm good with it.
You're good with it. I thought you might. So, folks, we're just about out of time. We need to get into the closed session scheduled for noon, so I'm going to announce the closed session, then we'll move that direction. Board of Supervisors will recess to a closed session to discuss the following item. It's estimated that our total time is going to take 2 hours and 30 minutes. If you came for the continuation of the calendar, you might, and you're on staff, you might want to use Stephanie as a texting connect point so we can notify you when we come out of closed session, or if you're listening to the online stuff, you could hear us start talking, but you might want to text Stephanie anyway. So here are the items: conference with labor negotiator, is item number R12. Item number R13 is a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Item number R14 is a public employee appointment conversation. Title is County Executive Officer. I will tell you, we are not appointing a county executive officer. It sounds like that. This is on the agenda so we can discuss it in preparation for the incoming board and make sure everything is set up for them. This board will not be making that appointment. It will be the new board that will make that appointment. I'll ask if there's anybody who would like to address the board on any of these closed session items. Seeing none, we are adjourned for approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you for bearing with us. Okay. All right, we're back in session from closed session with the following closed session announcement.
Returning from closed session, there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz. So, folks, that brings us to item number R7 under County Council, Public Works, receive a presentation on the authority of the State Water Resources Control Board to curtail pre-1914 appropriative rights. And this is sponsored by Supervisor Rickert. Supervisor, would you like to preface this with any comments?
Well, the only comment is that I think that this is something that we as a board need as much education as possible and understand water rights in California. And they're very complicated. I was talking to my oldest brother, a retired ag attorney, and he was telling me he reread the Sigma document, and he just said, wow, they were clever how they wrote that. He's really smart. So he said, basically, they're in control, and that's all there is to it. But I just think as much education that and I was hoping that the public was interested, but we didn't seem to have very many from the public show up. But I do think this is an important issue in terms of educating the public about what's going on with our water rights in this county, especially the ACID irrigation district. They've really been impacted this year. So I appreciate you, Charlene, coming and giving this presentation. I'm sure it was a lot of extra work for you, but I'm hoping that it'll be a valuable bit of information for myself and the rest of the board. So thank you for coming.
Well, welcome. We're ready for you. And we get Al instead.
Whoa.
Good afternoon, Chairman Baum, members of the board. Charlene is quite the expert on water rights, except that Ruben did volunteer to lead up the proceeding because this is almost all exclusively has to do with a particular court case.
Right.
And he's got a great PowerPoint presentation that I think will answer all the questions. And if you have any, we'll be available for that as well.
And you even have your name on it, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I didn't know that. Ruben, part of this. Sorry. Thank you, Ruben.
Yeah, well, thank you, Supervisor Rickert, members of the board. And I do want to appreciate all the input from Supervising Engineer Charlene Beard and Charlene Beard, and Al Cathy on putting this information together. Yes, and my understanding was that the focus was on a particular recent decision from the California Court of Appeals, so that's why I decided to take the lead on putting this together for the board. So, again, very preliminary as always. Presentations is a summary. It's not an exhaustive legal analysis. And as we all know, water law is complex. You know, when they talk about whiskeys for drinking, waters for fighting over, I think also the addendum to that is when you research water law, that also includes several glasses of whiskey along with it. So it's quite the endeavor. So this is the particular Court of Appeal decision that was at issue that Supervisor Rickert mentioned. It's called the California Water Curtailment Cases, decided in September of 2022. And the following analysis will be taking directly from a lot of that particular Court of Appeal case. So in general, what does the state recognize? Does provide that ownership of the California's water is vested generally in the state's residents, and both individuals and entities can acquire water rights. And a water right is the right to divert water from its natural course for public or private use. And California recognizes water rights under both what's called the appropriation and the riparian doctrines. I'm sure a lawyer had to come up with those because there's unique words there. So the riparian doctrine, that's when the owners of a land contiguous or also overlying a water course have the right to the reasonable and beneficial use of water on their land. And then there's the appropriation doctrine. That contemplates the diversion of water, where you're taking water for other than riparian or overlying uses. The courts have universally recognized that both riparian and appropriative rights confer no right of private ownership in the water course. And so waters that are allocated according to pre-existing legal rights and relationships, and priority is a central principle. So you're dealing with allocation. In the case of an overdraft, when there's not enough water, riparian and the overlying use is paramount. Then you go to the rights of the appropriator, yield to the rights of the riparian or overlying owner, and so appropriators may be deprived of all use of water when supply is short. Kind of depends upon how many people with riparian rights are in existence. Then senior appropriators are entitled to satisfy their reasonable needs up to their full appropriation, before more junior appropriators are entitled to any water. And all of these rights, though, both the riparian and appropriative, are constrained by two limiting principles. And this is where I think a lot of the conflicts come from. One is the rule of reasonableness, which is in the California Constitution, and the public trust doctrine. And those are both established and referenced in the particular California Court of Appeal decision referenced there in the PowerPoint. The rule of reasonableness means that the right of water is limited to what is reasonably required and does not extend to the waste or unreasonable use or diversion of water. And then there's the public trust doctrine, also referenced in that case, which basically is a very broad doctrine, and it's still kind of being tested in the courts, but basically means that the state has a duty to protect the people's, the words here, common heritage of the streams, lakes, marshes, and tidelands, and that people who acquire rights in trust properties, such as water flowing in a stream, hold those rights subject to the trust. And you can assert no vested right to use those rights in a manner harmful to the trust. So basically, it's a principle that we want to make sure that if there's water flowing in a stream, there continues to be water flowing in the stream. Then you hear a lot of people talk about pre-1914 and post-1914 appropriative rights. Post-1914 appropriators, those are water rights that have been issued through a permit from the State Water Resources Control Board, or the SWRCB. And then riparian users and pre-1914 appropriators do not need a permit or other government authorization to exercise their water rights. So why 1914? Well, in 1913 was when the Water Commission Act was adopted, established what is now the SWRCB, and a standard procedure for the appropriation of water. That law went into effect in December of 1914, so that's now decided as being the cutting line for a lot of the cases as to what are considered the pre-1914 appropriation rights and what are rights established after 1914. So this is really what this particular case that I mentioned earlier was all about, was this particular water code section, which is in the deals with the ability and authority of the SWRCP. And it's Water Code Section 1052A, won't repeat it here. But basically what this statute does is it permits the SWRCB to curtail the diversion of water of post-1914 appropriative holders, a pretty much non-controversial issue that everyone understands. They have that authority. Those rights are established by the SWRCB, so they can then have the authority to curtail it when necessary. But the potential issue in this case was, well, what about pre-1914 rights? And so the court said that, well, the SWRCB can determine whether a particular pre-1914 right is valid. If they say, well, you don't have a valid 1914 right, so we can control it. Or if you determine that the pre-1914 water right holder was exceeding the scope of their water right. So, well, no, you're going beyond what you're entitled to, so we can control that. But this was the big issue that the court said. They said that the SWRCB, under this particular water code section, did not have a general jurisdiction to curtail an entire class of pre-1914 water rights holders solely on the basis that there's going to be insufficient water. So they could not use their general jurisdictional authority to curtail pre-1914 water rights. The important thing, though, is what the court also didn't say, is it said, well, all we're dealing with is this general jurisdiction under this particular water code section. Whether the state SWRCB can curtail pre-1914 rights under other authorities, we're not going to decide that. And for example, they even said they could have it under emergency regulations, and they cited a particular case that dealt with that. And they indicated that under Water Code 1058.5, the SWRCB could adopt emergency regulations to curtail diversions when water is not available. And citing the Stanford Vena Ranch case. It could affect pre-1914 appropriative rights under that emergency authority to prevent unreasonable and wasteful uses of water. And the court in the California water curtailment case has also said we're not addressing whether the SWRCB may have authority under the public trust doctrine to curb such authority. And there is a case that at least affirmed the SWRCB's authority to apply the public trust doctrine, easy for you to say, extends the rights not covered by their permit and license system. And it's their authority to protect the public trust is independent of and not bounded by the limitations on their authority to oversee the permit and license system for their provision of water rights. So in conclusion, what does all this mean? This is just, we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here, but basically this court decision said is that the SWRCB does not have general jurisdiction over riparian and pre-1914 appropriative rights. But they may, in certain circumstances, curtail riparian and pre-1914 appropriative rights. They may do it under their emergency regulations to prevent unreasonable use or waste in times of shortfall, and maybe, potentially, to protect the public trust. And we'll see where that goes as things get developed. So this was primarily just to focus on this particular case that Supervisor Rickert had mentioned, and that's the sum of what's my presentation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions. But basically what the court said is, yeah, the SWRCB, you don't have a general jurisdiction, but yeah, you may be able to curtail it under certain circumstances.
So, I appreciate that. Like I say, I just think it's important that we as a board kind of understand California water law on a very high level, just so because we've kind of gotten in the middle of it here in this last 6 or 8 months, and it may not go away. So I think it's important that we got to educate ourselves.
Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor.
So thank you. I appreciate
Supervisor, oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. So here, you know, in my opinion, a pre-14 water right, and the water is property. They violated that. And when you take a look at their exemptions as to why they could violate that, the word waste comes up, and at no point did Anderson or Cottonwood ever be accused of wasting water. So while a state of emergency, I think the Department of Water Resources would be hard-pressed to say that Anderson Cottonwood was wasting water. And in fact, now we know the damage that occurred. There was no waste there at all. It was, in fact, essential. I think it proves the case to move forward that damage was done on behalf of the the damage has occurred to Anderson Cottonwood Irrigation District, and the water is their property, and it was taken from them incorrectly, and I think we have a case to be made. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Cruz?
I think also to clarify Supervisor Jones's comments, the situation with the ACID is entirely different from my presentation today. The situation with the ACID involves a settlement contract that they have with the Bureau of Reclamation, the federal agency. So the question primarily in that is whether or not there's been a breach of that settlement contract by the Bureau of Reclamation as to the water allocation provided to them. And again, I'm not disputing that at all, and whether or not there will be a basis for that will certainly be, we've had outside counsel discussions with that, and we're bringing that back for closed session with the board after the first of the year for further discussions. But as far as the particular issue which was presented here was the SWRCB's authority, that was a different matter. So I just wanted to clarify that for the board's consideration.
Supervisor Rickert?
Well, I just want to say, and it's been a while since I've read anything about the ACID district, but if I recall correctly, it was roughly 18% they were allocated, and the board of directors voted to sell that. So it wasn't like, I mean, they sold that water, leased that water to like Glen Calusa Canal, and some to Bella Vista Water District. Isn't that correct? Does anybody? Yeah.
I can speak up, but I certainly will defer also to public works.
But I'm saying it wasn't like they actually received an allocation. It's
They-
just that
They
got
did,
compensation
yes.
for it.
They have a settlement contract with the Bureau where in basically times of shortfall, and I'm summarizing here basically, that in times of shortfall, they will get their contractual allotment is reduced by 25%. Well, the issue that I believe the primary legal issue is the fact that the Bureau of Reclamation went far beyond that reduction and gave a total allocation of 18%. Then the ACID got that allocation and then proceeded to transfer the waters they did receive to various other entities. And Mr. Cathy may correct me if I've misspoke.
No, that's basically correct.
So what you're saying, and Supervisor Rickert makes a good point, is that if I'm understanding this right, is the ACI Board of Directors actually short of being assessed a determination, settled for money, instead of having any type of legal determination made, and the Water Control Board therefore doesn't have to go on record to make a determination because they worked out a financial settlement, knowing that the value of the 18% wasn't enough to actually fill the canal, but worth a ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't speak for the ACID's decisions or what their legal counsel may or may not have spoken to them, but I do understand, based upon the public record, was that they received an 18% of their allotment, which was far less than their contractual allotment, and then they decided to, rather than just let that water flow through the canal, they sold it to various other entities.
Well, it sure looks like that to me.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, you trade your clients right for water for money is basically the way I take it. Now, whether somebody else sees it differently or not, I don't think you can convince me otherwise.
Now,
Supervisor Jones?
Thank you, Chair. Even if the ACID board had taken the 18%, the damage that has currently occurred would have been the same. There would have been no difference in the damage, so I think the outcome would have been the same. The difference is now they have some money in the bank. The damage would have been the same no matter what, and they are entitled to 75% of the water. Their loss of over 50% of what was allocated to them is, in fact, where I believe the dispute is going to come from and where I believe there may be some legal challenge.
Well, and I hope so. My point is that if I had been on that board, I would refuse the 18%, and I would have held my guns out to supply the water, regardless of the financial benefit. Supervisor Garman?
Yeah, and I don't know where all this ties into the dry wells.
No water.
No water. But a public comment on this, I'd like to know if Supervisor Kellstrom would like to speak. I know he's been part of some of those meetings.
And we're willing to take testimony from anybody in the room. Come on up.
Use my button again, so.
What?
Yeah, pretty much you guys got the facts correct there. So the 18% less, the reason that they sold it is that water would not have gotten past basically crown motors. So it was absolutely useless. And the dry wells came from the aquifers were not being replenished. That water, we used to lose 48% of that water through a little bit through surface, but mostly through leakage. So the allocation that we were supposed to have was 75%. We were never supposed to get less than 75%, even in extreme drought years. So, yeah, the Bureau of Reclamation was in breach of contract. 18% is what all the Sacramento water contractors settled for. That their settlement contractors, that's what they got. Everybody in the Sacramento Valley got 18%. So the rest of them were able to use their 18% because they have cement ditches. Ironically, we couldn't cement our ditches back in 2014 because they said the environmental damage would be too great. So the California Fish and Game said that you can't do it. It's been leaking for 100 years. So we have a mitigation bank at the end of Cottonwood Creek that goes into the river. People in the past have had to buy mitigation credits if they wanted to do anything on their property and damage wetlands. That is all dried up now, so it's an absolute environmental disaster.
It is.
And, the way I looked at it is the 48% that we normally lost, that water shouldn't have been counted. We should have been able to hopefully maybe put that 18% on top of the 48% that already is lost, buy some water credits ourselves and get water down there. So I'm going to do everything in my power next year since this is my district now, and I will not let this environmental disaster happen again. So
we're counting on you.
If there's any questions, I'm pretty well versed in the entire ACID water situation.
Questions at this time, Board? Okay, you're getting off the hook easy.
Yeah,
Well,
all right.
Rickard.
I just have one for Mr. Cruz. So what jurisdiction does this board have over ACID? Do we have any input whatsoever? I just want to clarify that.
Well, the ACID is an independent special district, so they have their own elected board, and they will make their own decisions. This board, of course, can decide whether it agrees or disagrees with ACID's decisions, but it can't dictate how ACID, whatever decisions ACID makes concerning its operations.
I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Our legal responsibility, though, is that we represent the same constituents and that base. And on that basis, we represent the entire county, and our responsibility is to speak out for all of those residents of Shasta County, especially those affected by the drought. And even if you don't live in that basin in the south part of the county where I do and where Chris does, you are impacted. You are impacted by additional costs. And if you have a well in an area that's not within this area, you can't get well service because it's all sucked into for the next 2 years into the South County. All of this should not have happened. I'm looking forward to the fight and the debate, and I think that this board's responsibility is to actively speak out on behalf of those who aren't being spoken for. So never turn down an opportunity to speak out, in my mind.
Yep.
Anybody else want to comment or questions? Supervisor Rickard, do you want to close us on this issue?
Well, I just, I just can remember last January and February when it wasn't raining, I was panicking then. For those of you, I don't know if you remember, I kept talking about ACID could be in real trouble. And I think we're, seems like we're in a little wetter pattern. And what I read a extensive article in the National Cattlemen's newsletter the other day, and they are saying the north part of the state, we should have above normal precipitation. South part of the state, they're not so lucky. So I'm hoping for the best, and that's the only thing is, there's only so much water to go around. We can't make water. And so we do depend, going back to my comments earlier in the board meeting, we depend on Mother Nature and what happens, and that's all there is to it. So it remains to be seen if it's going to rain enough to help us fill Shasta Lake and all of that. So that's what really it depends on.
And we're grateful for the recent snowfall, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That was amazing, yeah.
I like feeding in the snow because it's like, this is really what winter's supposed to be. And we've had more snow up in Fall River Valley. I don't remember, it's been 10, 15, 20 years since we've had early snow like this. So I'm encouraged.
Thank you. Well, very good. Thanks for the presentation that you didn't have to make, Charlene. We appreciate that.
I just thought because she was here, she was going to give it. That I should have been wrong.
It's all.
Ruben is so talented, and he can handle any topic that we throw at him. So he's proven that time.
Don't get too big of a head. I'll come up with something before the end of my last meeting here.
Thank you. I just think this is something that we're all going to continue to monitor and pay attention to. And like I say, the more education that we and the public have, I think it's beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
Perfect. So item number R8 under Support Services Personnel Administrative Office is a continuation of last week's discussion regarding our Veteran Services operation. So rather than reading all of this, the legal, technical stuff, I will depend on you to explain where we're at and why we're taking another vote on this.
Good afternoon, Chair Baugh, members of the board. Shelley Forbes, Director of Support Services, and I have a pretty short presentation on this one today, but I will certainly ask any questions if they come up. So on December 6th, an ordinance was introduced which would amend Chapter 2.12, County Administrative Officer, and repeal Chapter 2.42, Veterans Service Department of the Shasta County Code to place the Veterans Services Office within the County Administrative Office. Today I'm bringing to you a request to enact the ordinance to be effective 30 days from today and to adopt resolutions to make conforming amendments to the county personnel rules, salary schedule, and classification specifications. And that is all that I plan to say, but I can certainly answer any questions if you have any for me.
Any questions for Shelley? Seeing none, we'll move to the community. Anyone from the community want to address this issue? This item number R8 on our agenda. We'll back to the board.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Supervisor Jones.
Under discussion, thank you, Chair. So I won't be supporting this as to be consistent with my last vote. Again, I am not necessarily opposed to what is occurring, but it's how we got there. I wanted to make sure that all the veterans groups understood clearly what was happening, and if they were supportive of this ordinance, that I would certainly back them up. But I have heard from many groups, and we have heard from a few groups that have been present at the last meeting that they are not supportive of this. So because of that, I'm not going to be supportive, and so my vote will be no.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones, and the same for myself. I voted no during our last meeting. I think we can do better, and I'll be a little clairvoyant here. I think we'll all discover the reasons why this was not the best decision. I think we could have done far better, and that'll become evident in the year ahead. So we'll go ahead and take the vote. All in favor say yes.
Aye.
And opposed?
Opposed.
No. There we go. So it passes 3-2. Congratulations, and you've got your marching orders. Right?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number R9, support services personnel. There you are again.
Here I am again.
Still. Consider adopting a salary resolution which amends Shasta County salary schedule to add footnote 88, which provides a 3% non-cumulative longevity stipend. Boy, who writes this? Attorneys? I like that. Can you continue with this and give us just a brief overview of the considered action?
Sure, I will try to keep it as brief as I can.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon again. Shelley Forbes, Director of Support Services. This item before you is relating to salary and benefits for unrepresented management and confidential employees. It's recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt 2 salary resolutions amending the Shasta County salary schedule for unrepresented management and confidential classifications, which will provide cost of living adjustments with a 2.5% effective December 18th, 2022, 2.5% effective the pay period of December 17th, 2023, and 2% effective December 15th, 2024. And by operation of Section 39.19 of the County Personnel Rules, elected department heads shall receive the cost of living adjustments at such times and in the same amount as unrepresented management employees, which also includes appointed department heads. Additionally, it's recommended the board adopt a 3rd salary resolution implementing footnote 88 to create a longevity stipend of 3% of base pay for unrepresented management and confidential employees with at least 10 years of continuous service with Shasta County, providing the employee has an overall rating of meets or exceeds expectations on the employee's most recent performance evaluation effective January 15th, 2023. And this 3% longevity stipend shall be non-cumulative to any other longevity stipends. The salary resolutions for unrepresented management and confidential employees also applies the footnote 88 to unrepresented management and confidential classifications to allow for receipt of the new longevity stipend. This stipend is not applied to elected department heads. Lastly, it is recommended the board adopt a resolution amending the Shasta County Personnel Rules to implement the following benefit changes for unrepresented management and confidential employees. Adding the longevity stipend, as we discussed, removing the waiting period for paid sick leave. Currently, it's at 90 days, and we're going to remove that 90-day waiting period so it can be used as it's accrued. We are going to reduce the waiting period to access vacation leave to 3 months versus 6 months, and again, it would be only what's accrued to that date. Increasing the annual leave buyout from 20 hours to 80 hours for confidential employees, and from 80 hours to 120 hours for unrepresented managers. And it allows them to do a combination of administrative leave, vacation, or a combination thereof. Add 8 hours of a floating holiday pay per calendar year, and add the ability for confidential employees to purchase additional life insurance in the amount of 3 times their annual salary, subject to a maximum of $300,000 at their own expense. This is something that's already in effect for unrepresented management, and that is it.
Questions or observations?
Shelley, can you state the general pay increase? Was it a 2.5, 2.5, 2, or what? How did that work?
Correct. So it would be 2.5% this December, 2.5% next year in December, and then 2% the 3rd year.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? From the community, questions or observations? Anybody like to address the board on this item? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? You've heard the recommendation from Shelley.
I'll second.
So motion and approve, second to approve the recommendations as reported in the staff report. Clear enough for you, Mr. Cruz? Very good. All in favor say aye.
Under discussion.
Under discussion, Supervisor Jones. There you are, right there in front of me.
So I am supporting this, so it is working out so that there'll be a 2.5%, 2.5%, and 2%. And this is similar to what we've been doing for quite some time now with other bargaining groups. It's pretty fair and consistent with what we're doing. The county financially is in a position that we can give these moderate raises. They are small, but we are expecting tougher times ahead, as it's possible that we will go into a general recession. If that happens, it will be difficult to give any raises whatsoever. It's why I'm supporting these raises right now. We have good employees. It's nice that everybody gets raises. I know everybody in the private sector doesn't always see an annual increase, and I'm willing to support this right now. But if the economy starts to slow, then my support for more pay increases for all bargaining groups will dwindle. But for today, I can support this. And thank you for your work, Shelley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. Anybody else want to address the board? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Supervisor Jones. Item number R, we're switching pages, right? We're scheduled hearings now. Court challenge to action taken by the Board of Supervisors on any project or decision may be limited to only those issues raised during the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the Board of Supervisors during or prior to the scheduled public hearing. Any additional information to address or to recognize? Shelley, anything else come in? You're checking, I see. I'm sorry, not Shelley, but Stephanie.
Sorry about that, Chair. I was just confirming. Anything that has been received for any of the scheduled hearings are definitely on the files with Clerk of the Board.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we'll go to item number R10 under the Auditor Controller's Office, and we see that you are ready and waiting. We'll ask you to go ahead and clarify the action.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Bob, members of the board, Noel DeShort, Auditor Controller. So what we have before you today, we are asking for two actions. One is to conduct a public hearing to consider acting in an ordinance which establishes or imposes new or increased fees for certain permits and other services provided by the county, and two, to introduce and waive the reading of and enact an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Shasta setting and identifying fees to be charged by the County of Shasta. And so this is something that we do annually. Every year we bring the master fee list to the board for approval for any fees that are new or have changes. And I have some notes here, so let me just grab my notes real quick. Sorry, I want to make sure that I hit all the hot topics here. I was prepared.
There might be one you want to address.
They're in here somewhere. That's okay. I don't need them. Anyway, so we do this every year in compliance with our admin policy section 2-202, which requires the auditor controller to bring the master fee schedule to the Board of Supervisors for approval. We do work with departments. We ask them to review their fees every 2 years to make sure that we're complying with the full cost recovery. If we get much longer than that, then we're not complying with our own policy on full cost recovery. And those worksheets and everything comes to our office for those calculations. They've been in our office since late November, which is well in advance of the December 3rd deadline. To my knowledge, nobody has come in and asked to see them. Nobody has called us with any questions on any of the fees that are on there. So the board can choose to adopt all or some of the fees. They can also choose to subsidize the fees. And if they do choose to subsidize the fees, the policy says that they'll identify the revenue source that is going to be used for any subsidized fees. We do have one request to subsidize fees, which is in the packet. I'm sure you've had a chance to read through it, which is through some of the farmers market fees. Those, I did look back because our objective is full cost recovery. It doesn't look like we've updated that fee in at least the last 5 years, which is probably why there's such a disparity between the cost and the fee that we're currently charging. But I'm sure if you have additional questions, I think is here to answer any additional questions if you have those, but that's up to the purview of the board at this point.
Nolga, thank you so much for the report. I'm sure there will be additional questions. We'll go to Supervisor Jones and then Supervisor Rickard.
Thank you, Chair Baugh. This question was for Weights and Measures. Rick Rolla, if you could come up, please. So we had heard earlier that there was a contemplation of a drastic fee increase, and now you've come back and modified that. But I had noticed that counties like Modoc have no fee at all. So why do we have this fee, and what does it do? Why would there be a fee at all? I mean, let's just say when we had it as a $20 fee, what was the purpose of having that fee?
Well, that was before my before my time in Shasta County, and it has been a significant amount of time, much more than 5 years, since this fee has been addressed. Statewide, there are counties that do not charge any fees, such as Modoc that's listed here. We did a very brief survey just for the northern counties, but there's other counties throughout the state that also have either zero or minimal fees. There are some counties that do have full cost recovery, and that's some of the more urban populated counties where farmers markets are a significant business. So it's essentially all over the board. I don't know the justification of why originally it was a $20 fee. In Tama County, it's a $5 fee. I think it was a nominal fee set to probably incur the cost of the paperwork that was involved. But a while back, and I don't know the exact year that this transpired, as far as there's a law that now requires at least one annual inspection, and if the operation's in effect for more than 6 months, there has to be 2 inspections. So essentially, the majority of the fees that when we do the cost recovery for the time and motion study for our prevailing hourly rate for the employees on average, that's where we came up with the amount for the true cost for providing that service on average for the certified producers and the farmers markets in Shasta County.
Now, do you produce a certification for these individuals? Is that why there is a fee? I mean, you have to produce something for them. There wouldn't be any fee at all otherwise, correct?
Correct. So each year, the potential certified producer, the certificates are only good for a year. So each year they would come into our office. They would fill out the form, complete the form on what they're planning on growing for that year. And then our employees have to do an on-site inspection to truly verify that they have X amount of tomato plants or whatever the commodity is, X amount of acreage, depending on whatever the crop or commodity is that they're growing. It has to be verified by someone from my office.
What are they doing I hate to ask you, what are they doing in Modoc County? Not a lot, I know, but why no fee there? Do they have the same certification requirements there?
Everybody would have the same certification requirements as per statute in the Food and Agricultural Code. Counties could have stricter requirements per county ordinance. I'm not aware of any. In Modoc County, you asked, since we're taking over some of the administrative services, there's a number of areas they're not charging fees for, and I've been bringing that up to the administrators' information to see if they're going to want to start charging those fees, but that's up to the Board of Supervisors and the administration in Modoc County.
And so now the new fee, just to be clear on these farmer markets, what is the new fee now? What is recommended? What are you recommending?
For the farmers market, my recommendation is to increase that from 25 to 50. For the certified producers certificate for the growers, it's essentially it's $20, and the actual cost to provide that is $266. So per current
we're
county
not charging that price.
Yeah, and per current county policy, that would be the recommended fee that the auditor has on their list to be charged. And I'm recommending not to increase it to $266.
All right. And the certification, you said it was just for 1 year.
Correct.
Is that a state code, a county code? Could it be a longer certification?
It's state code. It's Food and Ag Code.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickard, please.
Well, Rick, you just basically, I was going to ask you all the same questions, but just so that everybody has that information, but just for your information, I just paid, in Santa Clara County, it's $99. So, and you get into the larger, more metropolitan areas, of course, they have a longer growing season, and their markets oftentimes are year-round, so it's a little more time. I can't imagine Modoc, do they have a farmer's market? Their growing season is, what, 3 days?
I believe they have two. Yeah, they have two farmers markets.
They do?
The season, I don't know what the season
Well, I
is,
don't
but
know,
they
but
do have
it's,
two.
you know, it's
Yeah.
cold up there.
Yeah.
But John can,
It'd be like
he
Alaska. It's
appreciates
gonna
what I'm
be a-
saying.
yeah.
But the point is, I think, I'm assuming that, you know, there's not a lot of producers up in Modoc County that are providing product.
And to be clear, it's not only for a certified farmers market, only certified producers can attend certified farmers markets. There's also farmers markets that they're not certified, and that's
different, I know.
Yeah, totally different.
Yeah.
But for the farmers markets in Shasta County, it can be any certified producer in the state of California. And typically in the larger markets, that's what does happen. Is our local counties do participate.
It's a very complicated process to a degree. I mean, it really is, and there has to be some regulation. You know, there's a lot of cheating, not a lot, but there's cheating that goes on. People go and buy produce, and then they claim they grew it themselves, and so I'm pretty familiar with how farmers markets work. So there has to be some oversight. Is the point I want to make?
It's certainly not the norm. I've been involved in some investigations there where we have found that has happened, and people are issued small fines, and they're not allowed to participate for an X amount of time. But the main argument for me on this particular fee, it's not a one-user fee. So the certified producers, they're not the only person benefiting from the reduction for this fee. It benefits the community that's going to participate. And I heard some of the arguments from people earlier about this, and it truly does benefit as far as the produce and the ag commodities that are brought to our local residents, and benefits everybody that attends a farmer's market.
That's right, and that's our intent, is to support. The county's having to subsidize these producers just so we can continue that.
So it would be subsidized by county general fund, but those county general funds that are used for this program, and any agricultural program is eligible for unclaimed gas tax reimbursement. So all net county costs for agricultural programs in the state of California are eligible for unclaimed gas tax reimbursement the following year. And that's a complicated formula as well, but it's approximately 40% on the dollar.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
There's some recouping of
Yeah, one of the benefits of SB1, which I certainly wasn't in favor for, when
Right.
gas taxes went up, it benefits the county ag departments because that's more revenue coming into the departments of agriculture.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Rick, what's the definition of certified? What does that really mean? Beyond the obvious that you inspect it?
So to be a certified producer, there's a state form that has to be completed by the producer. Once it's submitted to the Departments of Agriculture, then those inspections have to be performed by law to verify that commodity is actually being produced by that grower, and that's the commodity that's been taken to certified markets in the state of California.
So if it didn't exist, what would it really change?
The certified certificate,
certification
it would just be a farmer's market where people could buy or sell produce, just as Supervisor Rickard, had mentioned, and that truly does happen. There's no inspection or oversight on where that produce is coming from or what the quality. They're also not exempt from standard packing. I know a lot of people aren't aware of this, but when you go to a grocery store, when you see a produce container there's a standard container for every single commodity in the state of California, and for that commodity to be sold and represented and transported, it has to be in a standard container. There has to be markings on there. There has to be maturity requirements. There has to be sizing requirements. It's on and on and on, depending on the commodity.
It's a wild card without the certification.
There's a lot of enforcement work potentially. Yes.
So in the law, Ruben or Rick, whichever one, required inspection, what does it really require in terms of inspection? Does that have to be in person, or can it be similar to a hot water heater where a picture is sent in to verify? Does it require an on-site inspection for verification?
Well, I'll have to defer to Mr. Garola as far as how his expertise is in connection with the inspection.
I know you do it on site, but is that required by law, or is that your interpretation of the requirement?
That would be my interpretation. That's the only way that I know of to physically verify. Someone could certainly show us the video, but we have no way of knowing that video was performed on that particular piece of property.
And the length of time you mentioned, and the question was already asked by Supervisor Jones, whether or not that requirement is required every year, and you said it was. Is that spelled out in the law that's required each year? Or could we change that for a local ordinance to allow that certification to go on for 2 years, for example? Any change? Is there any change allowed at all?
That would be a question I would defer to county council. I don't believe that you could be more lenient. You may be able to be more restrictive.
And I heard you say that.
But to be clear again, it's one inspection for every 6 months of production. So if they're producing commodities more than 6 months, then it requires 2 on-site inspections, and that's in statute.
And that's in the statute. Okay.
Yes.
So no wiggle room at all, then, Mr. Cruz.
Well, that would require some additional research on my part, Chairman Ball. It's an area that I'm not sufficiently familiar with, but I would be happy to research it and look into it more.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. I understand the need for the certification, and I appreciate the reduction of. It sounds like we're getting it cheap, but actually still a doubling of the fee, or slightly more than that. But it's a reduction from the 200 and whatever that was proposed originally. My reason for asking all those questions is could we eliminate the need for any supplement from the general fund and the need to even apply for the 40% on dollar reimbursement if we could reduce the cost of the certification. So that's why I'm asking all the questions. If we really require every step, and that is the justified reimbursement cost for the department, then I get it. I'm trying to avoid any supplement from the general fund. I think the danger is obvious. I mean, we've had even simple requests from fire departments and folks to come down here and say, well, it's only $2,000, it's only $300, it's only $14,000, but you add that all up, and it's another deputy from the general fund that we can't afford, and you just really erode the ability of the general fund to the point where, at some point, a future board is going to be saying, well, if we just hadn't given away the house, we'd have more money to be able to decide for ourselves how we spend it. I'm looking for another option. I will be supportive of the reduction, which is still an increase, but I would love to see it happen another way where we didn't have to take any money from the general fund. Mr. Minturn, you look like you have a thought there.
Supervisor Baugh, just to restate the situation, I think from a regulatory and legal perspective, the challenge here is to make sure that the apple you buy at a farmer's market didn't come from Walmart. And so the process has to be adequate to ensure that, I would think, is kind of the on-the-ground reality. And so
I agree with the process. I'm just wondering how we can reduce our cost in, if there's any possibility. And maybe there just isn't a possibility, but it never hurts to ask.
How can we keep that Walmart apple out of the food stream for the certified farmers markets? Yeah. I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah, and I don't have the answer for it either. Rick, I don't know if you've thought about it from that perspective, how we can reduce the cost so we're not having to charge the general fund at all.
The answer to that question, it would be full cost recovery is the only way you're going to not impact your county general fund.
Right. I'm trying to find less cost to recover.
What kind of dollars are we talking about, though? We only have how many producers in the county?
The 5-year average was 39 for the last 5 years.
So, I mean, we're not talking.
So the true cost recovery would be for 39 producers at $266 would be $10,374, of which the eligible amount for unclaimed gas tax reimbursement would be $4,149. So the projected general fund impact per year would be $6,224 for the entire county.
Right.
And isn't it true that if you're on public assistance that you can only buy it at a certified market? You can't just go to a regular market.
That's a program we don't administer as far, but I believe, and John can certainly answer that question, the majority of the markets in Shasta County do accept EBT. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to muddy the waters even more. You have nothing to do with the certified organic products sold at these markets, which is a different certification that the grower has to go through. And maybe the point I'm trying to make is a lot of these people live in Churn Creek Bottom. They have, if they're in ACID, they've got, they're getting irrigation water from ACID. They have a lot of costs, and the cost to produce agricultural products these days has literally doubled speaking from experience. And so I feel their pain. I understand what they're going through, and they're just trying to, to survive and make a living. So, and this is an area where if we provide good, healthy food to people, then I feel like we're providing a public service to a degree too.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm not opposed to supporting, and I'm glad for the change. I just recall a recent conversation where we opposed the Intermountain application during our tax exchange agreements for changing boundaries of districts. So even though the amount of money was literally peanuts, we said no to it because it was taking money or eroding our general fund. And so on that basis, I have a challenge of the continuing erosion of the general fund. But I've said it enough times, so I'll leave. I'm going to support it. But I just would encourage us to watch how we spend all general fund dollars. Any other discussion? Anybody in the community? I think I did ask that already, right? Sounds like that's it. What's the pleasure of the board?
And I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Did the board open the public hearing?
Well, I didn't gavel the little thing, but would anybody like to address the board on this item during the public hearing? Okay, so we'll make it official and close it. I looked and nodded. That's about as close as I got. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. What's the pleasure of the board? Mary, you started?
I will move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks for all your work, Rick. Thank you, too. Thanks for finding a reasonable middle ground.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Supervisor Rickert, you moved approval. Do you move approval of the proposed fees or the reduced fees that Mr. Garola was proposing?
There we go.
I wanted to make sure.
Okay, so conduct a public, okay.
Well, I'm assuming of the reduced fees.
Reduced fees, yes.
Okay.
An ordinance of the, okay.
Which includes the other.
The reduced fees. Right?
Okay. Well, what was proposed was the fees that was the increased fees that was presented by the auditor. So that was what was part of the recommendation.
So let's do it again. If
I think
we'll
we should
state our intention, then Mary's going to make that motion.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So, Supervisor Rickert, is it if I'm?
Are you saying this is two motions or two parts to one motion?
Well, we need to do. I think what we need to do is rescind the prior action.
Okay, I'll rescind that.
Okay.
Motion.
And
do we have a second?
Do we need to take a vote? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion is second. Rescind the prior action. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're back to square one.
Okay. So the motion is to approve the fee ordinance with the reduced fees request as submitted by the Agricultural Commissioner.
That's exactly what I wanted to say.
I knew it.
Okay.
And is there a second that agrees with that?
Second.
We have a second.
Patrick.
With Patrick. Any other discussion? Mr. Cruz, are we on?
We are on
the right
we are
track?
on point.
Very good. Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously for the second time, sort of. There we go. Thank you. Which then brings us to Resource Management, Planning Division. Consider the following action or take the following action: conduct a public hearing, adopt the recommended findings and the CEQA determination for mitigated negative deck listed in the Planning Commission Resolution 2022-037. If you'd like to clarify all that and tell us what you're proposing, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair Baugh, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. My name is Elizabeth Towers, Associate Planner with the Department of Resource Management. The item before you today is the zone amendment and use permit for a property located on Plaza Drive in Palisadro, California, approximately 0.3 miles northwest of the intersection of Deschutes Road and Plaza Drive. The property is undeveloped and vegetated with oak woodlands and grassland. The project site is in the commercial general plan land use designation and in the office commercial combined with design reviews zone district. Excuse me. The applicant is requesting to amend the zoning from the office commercial combined with design review zone district to the commercial light industrial zone district. This zone district is consistent with the commercial general plan land use designation. The purpose of this zone amendment is to allow consideration of the applicant's use permit request to allow for a contractor's equipment storage yard, which is permitted in the Commercial Light Industrial Zone District with the approval of a use permit. The rezoning would also eliminate the design review zone district because a specific development plan is proposed with the use permit. A CEQA determination of a mitigated negative declaration is recommended for this project. The recommended mitigated negative declaration includes measures to reduce physical impacts on wetlands and other biological resources from potentially significant to less than significant. On November 10th, 2022, by unanimous vote, the Planning Commission recommended that the Board of Supervisors approves this zone amendment and use permit. And with that, staff recommends that the board proceed with approval of the proposed zone amendment by taking the actions described in the staff report provided for this item. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions before I open the public hearing? Just to make Mr. Cruz happy. There we go. So we'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the community? Seeing no mad rush, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Mary, this is your district. What's your
I'd like to
preference?
move approval to adopt the recommended findings. Do you want me to read it all, Ruben?
Just say yes, Ruben.
The CEQA determination of mitigated negative declaration listed in Planning Commission Resolution 22037. 3, introduce, waive the reading of, and enact an ordinance amending the zoning plan of the County of Shasta and identified as Zone Amendment 210004 to amend the zoning of a 6.42 acre property located on the south side of Plaza Drive, Palisadro, approximately 0.33 miles northwest of the intersection of Deschutes and Plaza Drive. That's parentheses. And number 4, adopt the recommended findings and CEQA determination of a negative declaration listed in Planning Commission Resolution 2022038. And 5, adopt a resolution approving use permit 220004 subject to the conditions of the approval set forth in Exhibit A to the resolution.
And I will second as my
Miss
final.
anything, did I?
I was going to ask you to reread it because I wasn't sure I caught it.
And that was actually fun.
Since that was so thorough and it's my final second, I'm seconding it.
You actually intended to reread it on your as
wanted
part of your
to.
second. Is that right?
I just
But-
didn't want to miss anything.
We have to end on a little bit of
I
fun.
wanted to do my Ron Burgundy, but
There we
I
go.
left it.
Any other discussion on the board's part? We'll say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? So the motion passes unanimously. We've already processed and worked through the closed session and come back with an announcement on that. So as I see it, Mr. Cruz, that ends our action and our needs for the day. Any final thoughts for us, Mr. Cruz?
No, that should do it for today, and thank you for the entire board. And again, thank you to both Supervisor Clemente and Chairman Baugh. It has been a pleasure working with you.
Right back at you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been good. I will miss the sparring. It's been very good. So, folks, that ends our sessions for this year, at least planned sessions, subject to any special meetings or emergencies that might arise. This is the last time you'll see this board ever, not just for this year. You'll see a new board the first of the year, for which we are grateful. I'm going to end on behalf of the board by just wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas and a happy and blessed New Year. If you have questions, please call Supervisor Keltron and Supervisor Cry. Thank you very much.